Hey, hey, T-Sippers. How we doing today? Come on in, come on in. Baby, has Trump the dump? He been having a meltdown today? Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Let's talk about it. Young Dolph, y'all come on, let's talk about it. All of it. Because to some regards, it's all full circle, right? Right. Let me fix my clothes. Mm. Come on in. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I'm still celebrating my birthday. To the end of the month, y'all. Come on in. Let's talk about it. Come in hitting the like button. Is this thing working? It ain't clicked on yet. Hold on. Who's that girl? Mm. Oh. Come on in. Has it? It ain't clicked on yet. Oh, yes, it has. Hey, okay, I see y'all down there. I don't know what I'm tripping on. Hey, T-Sippers, come on in. Hey, plus size baddie. Hi, Paul's Steakhouse. Can you cook? Thank you. Well, no. My birthday is coming. It's coming. It's coming. I'm celebrating. I started over the weekend to celebrate the remaining of the month. My birthday is coming up shortly. Fast. Boy, quit lying. So listen, come on in, y'all. T-Sippers, come on in. Let's talk about it. Because it is a lot going on. And if you, hi, Crystal. Okay, you got steakhouse. You better be able to cook. So listen, if y'all been with Auntie Fee for a minute, you know I have been saying this all full circle for a while, right? Right, T-Sippers? T-Sippers. T-Sippers, are you with me? Oh yeah, we sipping tea, ain't going nowhere. T-Sippers, are you with me? So listen, when I was listening to all of this stuff that's going on, and I have always said, and I do mean always have said, that in my opinion, that Dolph and Mo3 and these independent people who were independent, you know, and didn't want to be a part of this hip hop. I don't even know what to call it. This sorority, this gang, this, I don't know what to call it, y'all. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what to call it. I do not know what to call it. Is it? Oh, it's going to stay like that? And I don't know what to call it because it's deeper than just organized. Well, I can't say it's deeper than organized crime, but it's dang sure deeper than rap. And if they didn't want to be a part of I don't know what to call it. Because It done got way deep, y'all. And I have always said that I felt like there was a lot going on. I understood the crime. I understood the drugs. The pharmaceutical, illegal pharmaceutical sales. I understood the car theft part. I understood it was cars, it was Uggs, it was a few parts that I kind of tied it all together. Right now I can't think, because this human trafficking, especially with these kids and stuff, it is just mind blowing to me. But for some reason it has always felt to me like that was the human trafficking part of it. It just has always crossed me as if that's not something Mo3 would have been involved with, or he wouldn't have been okay with that. And YOUNGDOLPH. And when I would hear YOUNGDOLPH say stuff like he wants to make sure his boys didn't have to compromise their manhood to get deals to make money and all that type of stuff, I understood that. I really understand it better now, knowing that I'm listening to these people who said that they had hi-ho, or is that here? No, it's way over there. So if I can't see your name, if I hate Ashley, hi, it's not something. It's way over there, y'all. And I am sorry. I am tired. I have had some interesting things that's going on right now. And y'all know I had a rough Friday. And then Saturday, I went out and enjoyed myself. And then once I made it home, my niece on my dad's side called me to tell me that my brother was in ICU. So if it ain't one thing, it's another. So I spent time at ICU with her yesterday, and I am tired. And then last night we was up just being in shock and just listening to how deep this human trafficking stuff is, and to know what they are doing with minors as young as we heard, 11 years old. So listen, if y'all see all those 51 second clips, go check them out. Hit the like button. 5 minutes, 5:01. Yeah, please pay attention to those. I clipped them at times that they were saying some very interesting things. Hey, Queen Laker, happy belated birthday. Yeah, it was her birthday the other day. To her, happy belated birthday to her. Thank you, Queen Lakers. Y'all, it is way over there. I cannot see today. When I tell you I am torn. So I was trying to listen today, trying to do some work, trying to change the highlights so that y'all can go check them out. Because some of them were real good. Some of them was at some points, baby, when I tell you they were mind-blowing. So listen. I know Trump is sick. Him sick. It's somebody's birthday. Yeah, and I was trying to get sick today. I had to take some. Anyway. But thank you for the flowers. Thank you for the jewels. So I know Trump is losing it. He's sick as a dog. And now they talking about old girl. Ooh. Woo, KEYGLOCK sent me a trophy cake. He sent me a trophy cake. Thank you, Kane Life. Ooh, thank you. You sent me a big one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. So as I'm watching his ass melt down, thinking about, I can't think, it was the press guy who was questioning George, the the guy who said he worked for the UN, and then he came out with a day or two after the verdict, and started letting us know that they had deliberated beforehand. Just told all off on them. Just told all off that it was rigged. Yeah. And so I was listening to that, and I tried to park that. Then I was listening to this lady who Trump said there is no list, there is nothing, there is nothing. And then Ghislane is saying, well, if that's the case, then let me go. What am I in here for? If you say it ain't no list, are you throwing me a lifesaver? Is this your way of saying shh, and I'll let you walk? Because, baby, when I tell you, MAGA, Make America Great Again, saying, oh, you ain't it. You ain't it. They said we made a mistake. I started hearing that. I was like, ooh, it's good. We don't believe you. You done lied one too many times. Woo, Auntie Fee, don't do it. We sick of you. Diaper Donald. Dad, what was a baby Hewitt with that big ass diaper on? Your nose ought to be growing out way in front of you with all your lies. We ain't going for it. We want the list. They forcing the list. These people say, I've been backing your trifling, fat, funky ass. They didn't say that, Auntie Fee. They didn't say your fat, funky ass. I added too much of me in there. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Yeah, they want it. I heard some of them say, if you can't produce that list, I can't follow you no more. I said, say what? Yeah, park that. And so I was thinking just a minute ago when I was running a little late, when it was all about Diddy fooling, manipulating, lying to women. Well, I can't say black women. Okay. They weren't white. God forgive me, shame the devil, but I gotta tell the truth. Y'all could come up with, now, I'm not saying that y'all not on point with what y'all saying. All I'm saying was when it was Diddy, y'all came up with 50 million reasons why he couldn't have done what they were saying or what he was accused of doing. Why? Because it's all full circle. You understand? You understand? It's all full circle. So if y'all can believe Donald Trump is involved in it, then damn it, what the you think Diddy is off into? He just going about it different now. Y'all may be saying, but Auntie Fee, they saying these were minor girls. And so Auntie Fee had to say, okay. Cassie started at 19. They saying that these girls was 11, 12, 13, 14, baby. But listen, I think anybody who they want and they were not wanting to be a part of it. And I think that at the point that they know that you know what's going on, I think that anybody and everybody that didn't want to partake in and wanted to be independent, lives were in danger. Yeah, I'm going back to Dolph now. And I'm not saying that they didn't use trifling people to do stuff. I mean, there's still a higher up. There's still higher ups that were involved. And why I'm saying Hernandez Govan in my title. Mr. They keep moving it back, keep moving my case back, and I'm an informant too. See, that's the only reason why you out. See, because you supposed to have some intel that was deeply rooted to some things that was major, that was bigger than Dolph. And you, Mr. Govan, Mr. Orange Mound Quack, because I ain't been following it since Diddy stuff. But what I know, I already know. So I just parked what I know, right? And just waited to see what everybody else was going to talk about since Auntie Fee wasn't there. Right? I play too much, don't I mean, I just wanted to see. Since folks don't ever like to give me credit for nothing. I told you I didn't feel good today. But anyway, I said I was just going to park it and wait and see what happens in court. And then I was going to pick back up on what I know. But only because of the angle and the direction in which this stuff right here is moving in. And I know the Quit is tied to Gotti, who's tied to Jay-Z, who's tied to Diddy, who's tied to Epstein, who's tied... Oh, I need to stop right there. Auntie Fee, don't say nothing else. And so now, making America great again, so pissed off at Trump, they are considering letting old girl reduce her sentence for her to go ahead and give up that list. Now, you know, what's that TMZ? He's so all up into that other man's ass. It just kills me. He always repeating shit that he heard through his lawyer friends who got friends in high places and shit like that, you know. But it's still geared towards them. So now he keeps saying there is not a list, there is a file. Now you want to play on words. List, file, people's names, black book, orange book, however you want to put it, sir. There are documentations. There's a paper trail. And in that paper trail, there are a list of names. This is T, super hot. It's getting hot in here. Say what? It's hot. Yeah. Now, I know y'all know Auntie Fee has just been waiting for the dots to connect because I've been saying for how long shit is full circle. No, why is Quit still out? And we know he's tied to not only the drugs, the Sinaloa cartel who sued Diddy. It didn't go nowhere, but hell, they thought that they were entitled enough to sue him for monies that they lost in business deal, whether legal or illegal. We know they was illegal, but hell, they sued him. They took his ass to court. It was dropped. It's just the point. There is a paper trail of it. You feel me? Yeah. And Quit is tied to them. Also, the same mastermind who is out on bond, who has broken got all type of bond violations, should have been picked back up. They say he picked up, but I don't know that. I can't find him. So somebody, they say he talking shit. So he ain't talking like he locked up. But anyway, he tied to, don't say it, human trafficking. He snitched on T-Rex. And are y'all ready? I'm gonna have to put on some shades on this one. Who else is tied to human trafficking, y'all? Come on. Auntie Fee, putting on colored shades ain't gonna hide your eyes. Why you gonna put on some shades if it ain't gonna hide your eyes? I don't feel like getting up. Who else is tied to somebody that was human trafficking, y'all? Let's see if y'all been paying attention. Who else? Trophy cake. Oh, I love it. Girl, spill that tea. Who else to me, they been quiet. I don't know. I ain't been over here. I've been here and there. I've been all over the place. I've been around the way, girl. You know what I mean? Who else? Who else? Who else was tied to somebody who was involved in human trafficking in Memphis, Orange Mound? Well, you know, real close to Orange Mound, that I have been fussing about, saying whatever happened to, don't forget, is she still locked up? She got let out of jail, or the cookie girl went and got that ass out of jail for her to then get arrested again with some human trafficking of a minor. Oh, Lord. Auntie Fee, hey, Samantha, hey, Vicky. Who? I need for y'all to tell me who has been, and I kept saying, you went and got that girl out of jail when her mama, she was fighting and her mama got unalive. You went and got her out. You attached yourself to her, and then she got arrested in Mississippi. Trafficking. I said back then, I felt like, oh boy, dropped a dime on her because he had to give the popo something because they was trying to lock that ass back up. And he had been saying that he was knew some information. And only time he really give him something is when they finna pick that ass up and put his ass back in jail for Dolph. Y'all remember that? Y'all done forgot. Y'all thought I forgot. Destiny Plumber. Didn't the cookie girl attach herself to her? The same cookie girl who said, that Quit said, man, I don't know that girl, that she ran up on me right now and slapped me in my face. I would know who she was. How long Makita's been there? How long you been living over there up on Barry? Ain't that back door your back door? Ain't Orange Mound right there? Oh. Oh, okay. So yes, I'm saying, okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Now, I'm not saying that it is or it ain't. All I'm saying is that them dots that I done parked are beginning to fit in. That's all I'm saying. That human trafficking is in Memphis, and we know this. We know this. Quit has already snitched on somebody he was actively involved with that human trafficking, pimps and hoes and shit in Memphis. And that was that Yarborough guy. Quit knew. Oh, girl, I can't remember her name. And I mean no disrespect to nobody that is a tea sipper that knows her, loves her, related to her. I mean no disrespect. None. This is not about her or whatever she was involved with, her daughter was involved with, all of that. Because at her tender age, although she is an adult, and yes, it was a minor girl that she got busted pimping, I am about to make an excuse for her. I still feel like somebody directed her, groomed her. And although she may have been working or pimping the little minor girl, somebody pimped her. And if I say I don't make excuses for no predators, I ain't making excuses for none. And I'm not changing my view. What I've said the whole time, I'm still saying now. And as far as I'm concerned, you got her out to pimp. I mean to, traffic across state lines. Because she lives in Orange Mound, baby. And when you cross state lines for sexual, take a minor. Now, I don't know the little girl who was trafficked or who was, they got caught, that they rescued. Yeah. All I know is the cookie people got them out. And we would not have known that had she not campaigned for her. And because she said that she had been knowing them all her life, then you had to know she was hoeing. But you had your own little hoe business. Push them girls up and out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Big girls, BBL strippers, or whatever the hell y'all name was. I don't know. Oh, you thought I forgot? It's all full circle, baby. It's all full circle, directly and indirectly. And let me say this. As far as straight drop, I don't know. I don't know who he got that SA charge with. I don't know the full circumstances. I've not done any research. But something even about that, when I heard that, and probably because of before that came out, I knew that in Dallas, Yellow Beezy and them crew, What's the boy that got shot in his head and lived, and the next day he was doing a video? Beto. He had some issues by school. So I knew those young rappers was doing that trafficking stuff, pimping and stuff. So I knew that. And I just kind of parked it. So when I started hearing this about Straight Drop, in my mind, I was thinking that he was trying to be a imp on the cool. Now, I'm not saying that that is or ain't, because I have not done any research. But in my mind, I was thinking this must be the rap. These little boys be trying to pimp, because pimping is prevalent in Memphis. So, you know, was he trying to, what was he? I don't know. So when they started moving that stuff to Dallas, and then hell, he was cool with Quit. They looked up to Quit. Wasn't he pimping? Okay. So all I'm saying right now with Memphis and what's going on with Memphis, they higher ups, what's his name? Lil Mario Mims, him, Quit, they connection with South Dallas, and the little alligator, the what's that list? The Erda for hire list, all of that. Justin Johnson, one of the guys that's involved with Mo3, Erda for hire. The name just dropped out. Melodies from heaven, it just fell in our lap. A name that we didn't know nothing about. What's his last name? Jerry. What's Jerry's last name? Okay, well, bye. Bye. You ain't working either. Hold on. Because I ain't here for you. And I ain't here for nothing you got to say. And I said I ain't feel like it. So you don't ever have to come see me again. TY, whatever color you are. Hey, get your ass up out of here, baby. I ain't going to play with you today. Okay? So anyway, what's his last name? What's Jerry's last name? Maserati. JJ. What's his last name? When Straight Drop left Memphis on the run, before he went to Houston and turned himself in on an outstanding probation or whatever violation. Hey, Rena. Y'all remember that? People tried to tell me that same girl who got them people up out of jail to turn around and do their hooker and shit. She tried to say, I know everything about this case. Harris County. He didn't turn himself into Harris County, and they let him go. Bitch, yes he did. It wasn't about Dolph, but that's when they questioned him about Dolph. He had a probation violation. They put a warrant out for him, make his ass come in, turn himself in, and then they questioned him about Dolph. And that's when he really went on the run. Y'all remember somebody who said they had a problem with me? But then when somebody was betting $500, they was like, where Auntie Fee? Where Fee at? Oh, I know, I got it from her. I got it. They thought he had done the research all to find out when it was the money on the table. He needed me to go through all my archives to find it for him to win a bet for $500. Like, I'm really slow. So you making a bet off of me and my facts. But you had everybody thinking that you stopped ucking with me. Now I stopped ucking with you. Yeah. And when you thought I was going to rescue you, because Auntie Fee will always rescue folk, you made a bet on my bet, my research. And you wanted me to go through my archives, yeah, to find that. Ask me, did I do it, y'all? Ask me, did I do it? Hell no. But I knew I had it. Yeah. And just because she didn't mean shit to me. But how are you so heavily invested? That was in Houston. Yeah. Anyway, I said all that to say, before he went to Harris County and went to go hide out with a lot of cash, Desto, Hernandez Govan daughter, yeah, the one that used to fund Trula Mafia that you was telling us about, Auntie Fee, yeah. The one that he don't want folk to know that it's tied to, more than likely, was tied to him and his bad doing, and he don't want that blood on his back, so he'll tell everybody that it didn't have nothing to do with because he don't want to deal with that guilt. Yeah. So before he left, made it to Houston, he was in Dallas, hiding out with, yeah. Auntie Fee, did you just roll your eyes? How long y'all have I been dealing with this? How long have I been parking this shit? How long? I need y'all get my likes up, please. Jerry Johnson. Jerry Johnson. Sunny South Dallas. That somehow or another, with this New Dallas, what's his name? YOGOTTI brings his little ass to pick up where Juke left off in Sunny South Dallas with a Jerry Johnson that's tied to Zillionaire Doe. Do I need to keep going? I can pause now. So for folk who wondering why Dolph name up in there, that's why. Because it's all full circle, baby. And I don't care what nobody say. There is just no way possible that Dolph rubbed elbows with these same people, offered millions of dollars for a feature with Jay-Z. Jay-Z, yeah. He didn't know what was going on, or somebody didn't mention it to him, and he said, oh no. And then he turned down 22 million, and then he said he wasn't going to compromise his partners to have to give up their manhood. Now, as much as we know now, right? They say the only way to make it in this industry is what? And we know two people who was being successful not going that route. We know two. That's no longer here. We know two. One of them turned down some shit in Houston Right? Right? Who left a meeting and got ambushed, had to take some people out to save himself. Right? And I'm supposed to believe that they were never introduced to or was told about the fullness of it and what has to go down in order for them to make it. Oh yeah, they were propositioned and they turned it down. Who do these niggas think they are? This one over here would say, I'm more motherfucking 3. This one over here would say, it's Dolph. So he had a target, and he had a target. But isn't it ironic that YOGOTTI came out of hiding to take his little ass to South Dallas, right in front of JJ's spot, and mark it. Same route that Straight Drop went, right? Okay, I'm gonna park that again. I just had to crank that up in my tea sippers because this human trafficking shit did not bypass Memphis. I know it's in Dallas. Hell, one of the girls I showed y'all last week that was with them Arabs, I brought it up last night when we was listening to it, and they said some Arabs that was tied to Diddy and them and this human trafficking in Colombia and smuggling in this whole little $100,000 a year annual membership fee to be a part of this hotel resort, a country club type shit. And each room has a minor in it. Oh, it's deep. This shit is deep. So for them to be now wanting to offer the madam, the only female who is serving time for it, right? Because the good old boys done came and saved the day. And if we paid attention, we'd have seen the pattern happen at least 3 times. Epstein, Weinstein, and Diddy. Only person that it didn't work for was Uncle Bill and Ira. But now I'm not too sure that Diddy didn't give up Trump. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. They still kind of trying to make waves and avenues for Diddy to get out of this. And Trump may be his way out, y'all. Stay woke. Stay woke. That's why I dropped that little 13, 14-minute video ahead of time. And then old boy talking about the George guy is a part of the UN, and the UN is tied to Diddy and Trump. So let's go. And y'all ready? I just had to make y'all understand why Dolph name is in there and why I may be about to add him back and fold him into this batter. Now, I try to act like, I mean, you know, I ain't no cook or baker or nothing like that, but I do know some dishes, some sweets, some desserts you have to fold. You have to fold. Add that shit up in there and fold it in. So I maybe have to fold off up in here, because Quit show have been out a long time, ain't he? And he can show feed somebody some bullshit for it to be put off, even when Jennifer said we ain't moving that day no more. What keep happening? What he giving them? Who he giving them? I believe he gave up Destiny Plumber. So, you know, he real good on snitching and being an informant on that human trafficking stuff. And that human trafficking stuff is really, really big right now. Ain't it? Ain't it? Oh, I'm just saying. I don't say I know. I don't think I know all the answers, but I do know. I smell. I smell something brewing. So all I'm gonna say is stay woke. And yes, I'm gonna have to fold Dolph back in it. Not that I think he was involved, but because he wasn't involved. Because he was an independent contractor who refused to go through that process of being broke in. Yeah. Now, I did see Moneybag. He introduced YTB. So was he Auntie Fee, huh? Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. Yeah, he brought YTB Fat to Diddy. Was he breaking YTB Fat in? Because I believe if you bring him anybody to one of them Diddy parties in Miami. But I told y'all then, don't make me go back and find that video. I told y'all then, Diddy didn't like him. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? I said, oh, y'all, Diddy didn't like him. He didn't like him. It was just the way he looked like he didn't want to touch his hand. It was as if he just like, he ain't like him. And he may push his head down later, but that day when they was all there, they was like, YTB Fat was acting like he was down. He probably talked to him about some human trafficking, some pimps and hoes, but I don't think he would have known how deep Diddy, how dirty he was, because hell, we didn't know how dirty he was and what all he's involved in. But one thing is for sure, MONEYBAGGYO took Loaf Boy to Diddy. Now, I ain't ran across not one picture where ADOLPH took nobody to Diddy. I ain't seen it. I ain't saying it ain't there. I'm just saying I ain't seen it. I have yet to see Mo3. They may say, oh, they wasn't that big. Well, Dolph was. And I will never forget, oh boy, who was saying there was a few higher ups that wouldn't let them back off of Dolph. And I know he's, you know, I know they were talking about Lambert and some other people and all of that. Yeah, I get it. I still think Jay-Z was up in there. And let us not forget Mario Mims, Mama Annie's, Uncle Daddy. I wasn't supposed to say that. Uncle Daddy. What's his name? What was Big Juke Daddy, Uncle? What was his name? Eric. Eric somebody. Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy. Yeah. Don't play me. I ain't forgot. I'm just tired. Let's go. Let's go. Where we gonna start? But Eric, not Bo. I can't think of it right now. I get it. Somebody put Eric last name. Big E. What was his last name? It started with a B, don't it? Y'all still with me? Because I can't see. Y'all hit the like button for me, please. My system is back messing up. Hold on. I can't see nothing. What was that man's name? Was it Bovan? Okay. Let's go. Breaking news. What was this breaking news? This man right here been hot all day, baby.
Donald Trump's regime and his MAGA base are imploding as Donald Trump tries to cover up his dark and disgusting past. The cover-up gets worse, and it is backfiring in Donald Trump's face. We'll break it all down. Of course, Donald Trump needs distraction, so he goes back to his old tricks, and he says, Rosie O'Donnell should not be a United States citizen. Just a strange reference, making Rosie O'Donnell references, by the way, in 2025. She's living her life in, like, Ireland right now. Like, just leave her alone. I'm taking away her citizenship. Donald, we're not falling for those distractions. And while America is still recovering
we sure are.
Weather event.
Yeah, because it's out for a circle.
Where the death toll continues to rise.
And
I
it's
guess the Trump regime is just like, all right, we're moving on now. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem were out, just partying at the FIFA Club World Cup at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey while they were getting booed at that stadium. And then Donald Trump went to the trophy ceremony where Chelsea Football Club won. And then Donald Trump he just wanted to be there in the center when the team was celebrating. They're like, can we have this guy move? Why is he even there? And so the White House posted their propaganda photo with Donald Trump right there in the center. And then Chelsea had to publish their own photo once Donald Trump was pushed in the back. Again, it's just so embarrassing. Okay. He just loves stealing the valor and accomplishments of others. Couldn't handle people were booing him. No one wants him there at that football or soccer match in New Jersey or frankly anywhere. And then earlier, Donald Trump held a faith luncheon. And
what is this one?
Effective, healthy blood pressure
they know they in there.
Innovation. It takes vision.
They know they in there.
Our plant-based supplements are scientifically for.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Donald Trump, the king of deflection and denial and gaslighting, appears to have admitted that he's in the Epstein files, and of course that there is a list. So this.
So why Harvey?
This did not happen under oath.
Hold on, let's go.
Mark, good evening to you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, this been bad all over the place.
Mark, when you heard the news about this, what's happening?
Why he got a little Richard in the back?
And I know that there are certain things
FBI,
about your brother's case,
Department of Justice
investigation. What do you think is going on here? What's your reaction when you heard this?
I just think it's a compilation of all the incompetency that's been taking place there. But as I mentioned, for the past
Epstein brother
years, I'm not that concerned with the case against my brother and the charges. I had nothing to do with that, and it's not my job to defend him. My concern is the details of the circumstances around what I used to refer to as my brother's death, and now I refer to it as my brother's murder.
Your brother murder.
As time goes on and more things come to light, it's pretty obvious that it wasn't a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening is a lot of people are trying to throw their hat into the ring and try to.
He think his brother
make a story out of it.
was killed by Trump.
Going on. Just the other day, I was described as Jeffrey's older brother. I'm not the older brother. It's just it's that kind of stuff that people aren't being thorough. just trying to make a story out of things. But again, I'm concerned about my brother's death and the missing information that we can't get, that you would normally get in a normal situation like this. I mean, simple questions like the night he was locked in for the last time, the night of August 9th, we know that one of the guards that got in trouble, Tova Noel, was there. The other guard, Michael Thomas, he was not there when they locked up the cell. He came on shift in the middle of the night. And in the DOJ report, they talk about an unnamed guard number 1 and an unnamed guard number 2. Who are they and why are they unnamed? That doesn't seem normal. We also can't get
They
a
had
copy of
a
911
non-prosecuting
report that was made
deal.
in the prison when they found Jeff's body. Also, I can't get the PCR report, which is the report that the EMTs fill out after every call they make. I was having trouble trying to get the PCR report, so I actually went to the fire department headquarters in downtown Brooklyn. And it turns out, and I have this on videotape, they don't have a record of the call. They don't have a record of the 911 call that day, which the guy behind the counter, who wasn't aware of the Jeffrey Epstein story, he was kind of shocked that none of this was in the computer system. You know, also what I've been asking for, you know, a few days after Jeffrey's death, Bill Barr, you know, referred to the camera that was outside of the tier that showed the door to the tier because the camera on the tier wasn't working for some reason, which we still don't know why it wasn't working. And I've been asking for the video footage from that very camera from 10 o'clock at night, the night before, until noon, the day he was found, because that would show who was there, who locked up the tier, who the last people on the tier were. And in the morning, it would show when Michael Thomas went in and found my brother's body. And it would also show when and how they took Jeffrey's body off of the tier, what condition it was in, who was there, who was running the show, who decided to move a dead body when they weren't supposed to move a dead body until the medical examiner showed up. You know, so there's this, also there was a handheld video camera being used, I was told by somebody on the scene. And where's the footage from that camera? There's, what else is there?
Hey,
also,
Big Ping.
big question is, who are the other inmates on the tier? We know there was a maximum of 16 people could be there because there's 8 cells and up to 2 people per cell. Now, Jeff was by himself in a cell, so that leaves 7 cells. So there was a maximum of 14 other people on the tier. We're not talking about hundreds of people. So the question becomes, who were the other prisoners? When did they get there? And where are they now? We can't get any of this information from the government.
Hey, Cynthia.
Any interviews done or statements by those prisoners? From what we understand, they weren't interviewed, which is normally done. You know, so these are questions that would normally be given in a transparent situation. And this has been anything but transparent. And then, like I said, you had Bill Barr making that statement about he saw the videotape and nobody went in or out of the tier, which convinced him it was a suicide. Well, with 14 other people, potentially 14 other people on the tier, that's a pretty ridiculous statement because any one of those prisoners could have gotten into Jeff's cell if the doors were left unlocked, as I've been told they were, you know, killed Jeff and gone back into their cell. So for Barr to say that, that was one of the things that first clued me in that this was a cover-up. What you also don't hear is that the 2 professional forensic pathologists, the city pathologist and Dr. Potter, who was there at the autopsy, came out of the autopsy room and said, this doesn't look like a suicide. It looks
That's
more
what
like
he said.
Like some kind of strangulation. You don't read about that. No one's talking about that.
You know what? You sent me something, and it's a little bit graphic. Have you shown that to the public before?
Well, it's been out in certain places, but not really. It hasn't been in the major newspapers, as far as I know. Yeah, the part of the things about
You
walking,
show it, or would you prefer we not?
you can.
Yeah.
That's perfectly okay. It's evidence.
He said,
So,
yeah.
You're talking about the picture. I can't see what you're showing. Is this the picture you're talking about with the mark on Jeffrey's neck?
yeah, the mark, and then, yeah, and it's got you see he's laying there, yeah.
Yeah, please hit the like button, double tap.
Yeah, the mark, and then, yeah, and it's got you see he's laying there, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, if you picture somebody hanging by their neck, the and I have other photographs of other people, unfortunately, in that situation. You know, the rope around your neck goes tied under your chin and up behind your ears, because you have all your body weight pretty much hanging on this rope. Well, the scar on Jeffrey's neck, the indentation, goes around the center of his neck, more straight back. That's not the mark that would be left on a neck if he was hanging the way they described the way he was hanging. It took 4 years almost for us to find out what position he was in when he was found. I mean, why have we not been getting any information that would normally be readily available? Especially to me, I'm the next of kin. I'm his only, living close relative. I should have access to this. I can't get the medical reports. But let me go back to the video footage of what I was asking for. Initially, when I asked for that tape to see, how they took his body off the tier, initially I was told that I couldn't get it because it was still part of an active investigation. And I understand that. But after the investigation was over, I asked for it again. And I was very specific.
I thought it wasn't nothing to investigate.
Bill Barr referred to, showing the tier, going in or out of the, showing the door going in or out of the tier. And now I was told that the only working cameras don't show that area. So first I couldn't get it, and now the cameras don't show that area. And now the other day they released footage of what they're saying is footage from that area. So it's just another one of the ridiculous situations that I've been facing of not getting information or getting misled. And they don't talk about this. Like I said, they don't talk about the initial determination by the two medical professionals. Kash Patel came out and made a ridiculous statement saying, well, he knows a suicide when he sees one.
What that look like?
The question is, how many suicides has he seen? Is he a forensic pathologist? Does he have a medical degree? I mean, how can he make such a ridiculous statement?
Let me ask you this, and get this out of the way, and we'll talk more about the frustration that you have. It must be frustrating to you when you hear all of these, the enumerations and all of the gyrations and rumblings and everything that's going on now, because you had been wanting to have this evidence and everything come to light, and now it appears that some of it may be coming to light, and they're having to. It looks like folks that are within the FBI are even having to push their own agency or their own administration to release, the evidence and some of the photos and some of the records, et cetera. That's got to be frustrating for you as a family member, having to live through all of this.
Well, it's frustrating to me as a family member. It's also frustrating to me as an American citizen to know that the government is playing games like this. I would encourage any legitimate FBI guy, and I have a lot of respect for law enforcement personnel. I'm friendly with a lot of them. I would hope that one legitimate person would actually fess up and release some of this information, that we've been asking for. And we're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. We're asking for things that would normally be provided. Look, if this was a clear suicide, why are they hiding all this information? No one's been able to come out and say this is definitely suicide with any facts. Without disputing Dr. Bodden, who has done about 500 autopsies, prison autopsies, and I don't know how many Dr. Roman did, the city pathologist, but it's certainly more than one, as opposed to Kash Patel, who has, I would imagine, 0 autopsy experience.
Mm-hmm. When you saw that interview with them, I think there was a couple of interviews. The one thing with Maria Bartiromo, where they sat down, and I mean, they were glum, and they're saying there's nothing there. I would be honest with you, there's nothing there. After years and years of pushing, and also calling this somehow a Democrat, according to them, conspiracy theory, and that somehow the Democrats were involved in your brother's death.
Yeah, he just made that up yesterday.
I don't think the Democrats. Look at it this way. Bill Barr, when he came out with that ridiculous statement, he was the Attorney General. Who did he look? If Jeffrey was murdered, which I believe he was, somebody did it. So the people who are coming out with these ridiculous statements, I think, are covering up for somebody, right? So who are they covering up for? Bill Barr worked for the President of the United States. Kash Patel works for the President of the United States. Pam Bondi works for the President of the United States. Maybe someone should ask him what he knows.
Who do you think they're covering up for?
Who do they all work for?
They all work for Donald Trump.
Well, like I said in another interview, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump was behind your brother's death? Are you saying that Donald Trump had your brother murdered, do you believe?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if that's what it was, I wouldn't be surprised. We know that Jeffrey had dirt on Donald Trump. We know that. That's a fact. Because he said in 2016 with the election that if he said what he knew, they'd have to cancel the election. He didn't tell me what he knew, but that's what he said. And I've been public about that before. That shouldn't come as a shock.
Dirt
So,
like what? Dirt about what?
of course, Steve Bannon said that the only person he feared for Donald Trump's sake was Jeffrey Epstein. Why? What do you think? Jeffrey was going to beat him up? No, it's because of what Jeffrey knew.
And what did Jeffrey know?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me what he knew, but he said if he said what he knew, they'd have to cancel the election. That's a direct quote. Yeah.
And you believe your brother had dirt on Donald Trump. I'm trying to figure out dirt like what?
Well, I don't know. He didn't tell me, but I do know they used to be very friendly back in the 90s into maybe early 2000s. Yeah, they used to fly in each other's planes. And yeah, Donald Trump was in Jeffrey's office a lot in the early 90s when he was in financial trouble. Yeah, they were good friends. Jeffrey used to tell me that he liked hanging out with him in the early days. Trump was a funny guy, you know. So they were good friends. I only saw them both together once when I flew up from Florida with them on Jeffrey's plane once. So I don't have a lot of experience with them with other people around. But they were good friends.
So, but Mark, let's be honest about this, all right? Because we're all adults here. When you say dirt, it would have to do with something that has to do with, you know, either trafficking or SA, as we call it, assault, and young people, young girls. That's the accusations. Do you believe
That's a possibility. It could also mean stuff in the business realm. Like I said, I don't know. Jeffrey didn't tell me. And as I've been saying for almost 6 years, I don't like to speculate. I like to stick with facts.
Mm-hmm. And you said it could be something in the business realm, or it could be something to do with that, right?
Well, it could be anything. I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to start listing possibilities. That's not my job.
But that's a lot to say that you are, you know, that this person, well, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, your brother, did die, or as you say, was murdered. That's according to you. He did die when Donald Trump was president.
Correct.
And there will, you know, and somehow this became Joe Biden's fault.
Shadow, you want to come back another
I
day?
have no idea.
I'm not sure how that became Joe Biden's fault when it happened.
Shadow. Shadow, you want to come back another day? Oh, okay. You want to come back another day? Okay. Bye. Y'all say bye to Shadow. Bye. Yeah. Go over there and question them over there. Yeah, go question them over there. Okay.
Under Donald Trump when he died, and somehow it became Joe Biden's fault. And now they have released the papers, and they're saying the papers were at the Southern District of New York, and I've got all this stuff, and there's a lot of dirt and whatever. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing. And now you have the deputy head of the FBI saying, I may resign because the Attorney General of the United States is not releasing all the information that he believes is pertinent. That's pretty big, Mark. Come on.
I believe it is pretty big, but that's not what I'm interested in. That's the case.
Oh, Big Pink.
Nothing's going to
I
bring
think
that back,
I deleted
so
you in error. I'm sorry. Big Pink, say something else.
And the stuff about the case and what the intricacies of the government actions is not what I'm concerned about for my brother's sake, because that's what I'm concerned about is the circumstances of what I believe to be is murder. Look, it's also, you know, Jeffrey had a hearing coming up for his bail.
What did I do this storm?
After he died. Now, knowing my brother as I did, I would imagine he wouldn't kill
A Big Pink, I removed you in error.
If he got bail,
I was trying to remove a shadow ban.
Ankle monitor with armed guards with cameras, but he wouldn't be in jail, you know, awaiting trial.
I'm sorry.
He went for the bail hearing, and it was denied, and then he figured he had to spend another year in jail waiting for a trial, I could see him, taking himself out. Like I said,
Big Pink, I did that in Era.
that he was found dead from an apparent suicide. I had no reason to doubt that. But the next day when they did the autopsy, and both professional...
Now say something again, Shadow Man. I got you that time.
Because it looks too much like
Big
a homicide.
Pink.
That's on the initial death certificate. It's when it said cause of death, it said pending further study. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Dr. Barbara Sampson, who never saw the body, Jeffrey was removed from the place before she ever showed up. She declares it a suicide.
Big Pink, try to say
any
something.
Explanation of what further study was done to make her come to that conclusion. Again, this doesn't pass the laugh test as far as I'm concerned. There's just so much of this, and there's so much like what you might call, circumstantial evidence. But it's like the story, like if you leave your house in the morning and the streets are wet with puddles and all the cars are wet and there's water dripping from the trees, but it's not raining, you could safely assume that it was raining before you came out. You didn't see it rain, but you know it was raining. It's the same thing here. You can't have... It's just looking too much like...
So, Epstein brother thinks that Trump had him unalive.
It doesn't look like a suicide.
Yeah.
About 22 days ago, I started using the Japanese pink salt recipe.
Girl, stop lying. That's the AI stuff is killing me. Hold on. I just saw something. What's she saying? Diddy. This was about Diddy there. Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, yeah, he's sick. Let's see what she has.
Are you ready for this one? I hope so, because this one's going to rub some people absolutely the wrong way. But I'm just calling it how I see it, based on data, not on drama or emotion. Trump ran on three core promises: release the Epstein files, drain the swamp, and end the MEMPHIS. But here's what we've actually seen. He said, look, release the Epstein list. Then suddenly, there is no list. He said, no more wars. Now he's openly talking about attacking Russia. And then drain the swamp. Well, the swamp's grown fatter, louder, and more protected than ever before, it seems. Again, I'm not emotional about this. This is just an observation, not left versus right, just patterns and facts. And here's a new signal. Most people are missing this one. The Epstein file mess has now reached the FBI itself. Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, director and deputy director of the FBI, are both reportedly
It wouldn't
considering
surprise me if he did
down
have him
if
unalive. And that girl.
in charge. That's huge. These are law enforcement officers with reputations built on order, loyalty to the law, and zero tolerance for political games. And now they're on the edge of walking away, and that screams one thing: loss of trust. If they don't want to be tied to what's happening behind the scenes, well, what does that say about what's actually going on? And when I zoom out, based on structure, precedence, and personal experience, it starts to feel a little bit scripted. And here's my personal take. It's not a belief, it's not a claim, it's just what the inputs are spitting out when I look at it all. Trump came in strong in 2016, but maybe it was too early. The system wasn't broken enough yet. So Biden gets 4 years to run it into the ground. Now MAGA's desperate to save what's left. And suddenly, Trump starts reversing, or so it seems. It reminds me of what I witnessed in Eastern Europe. NGOs came in, flipping governments, backing fake conservatives who'd win public trust, and then they'd flip the script overnight.
I can't stand bait and
Same
switch.
Different players. And here's a flashback that puts it all in context. Iraq, WMDs. Everyone remembers Saddam has weapons of mass destruction.
Yep.
Everyone remembers that. But what most people don't know is those WMDs, they were ours, American-made, supplied during the Iran-Iraq war. And when Saddam used them on the Kurds, pressure mounted. So he told the U.S., look, push me too hard, and I'll expose who gave them to me. Well, we couldn't have that, could we? So we invaded, not to stop Saddam, but to cover our own tracks. And who led the global PR campaign? Netanyahu. He pushed the WMD story so hard, it forced America's hand. Why bring this up now? Well, because that's what the machine does. It tells the public one thing while the truth hides in plain sight. Same thing now. Even Doge, what looked like freedom, was just a data funnel. And if even the FBI brass is backing away from this administration's handling of the Epstein case, well, we're not just watching history, we're smack dab in the middle of it. So what do we do? Like, do we sit and watch the collapse? Do we run away and start over somewhere else? Or do we get real serious right now about owning our future? Here's 3 ways to start gaining freedom for yourself today. 1, eliminate your debt. You can't be free if you're chained to payments. Own income-producing assets. Stop trading time for money. Build leverage. Fortify your mindset, because the real war is for your attention, so guard it well. Because in the end, whether it's Trump, Biden, Elon, or someone new, the cavalry is not coming. It's up to you. So stay alert, stay steady, and stay free. If you want to talk more about this, join me on Patreon. I'd love to see you.
The switch up
Why
is
the
insane.
FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate...
This is Cash Patel, 2023.
...to try to get it out, but then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, like, release the names,
We're
right?
about that.
And hence your home's curb appeal.
Oh, they changing, they're singing a different song now.
Garage door from overhead door.
Wow.
Top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, like, release the names,
We're
right?
about that.
And I've said it, Dan Bongino said it, we've reviewed all the information, and the American public is going to get as much as we can release. He killed himself.
Now,
Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this, do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities? Or
Yes.
do you think we would also participate in not prosecuting people we had evidence to prosecute people on?
Yes.
Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you
Yes.
if it existed?
All of this information coming out now, really what's not coming out now, just shows you that everybody's on the same fucking team. And honestly, Candace is probably right. It's because there's ties to you know where, and that's why they're not releasing this information. Oh yeah, you guys saw we're still sending more weapons to Ukraine, right? We really fall for the same trap every time.
You're saying that Pam Bondi said on camera, we have a client list.
On the White House lawn.
I've seen the client list.
Yes.
And then yesterday, she's saying there's no client list.
There's no client list. And there was no systematic blackmail. That actually might be the most preposterous line in the document.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more it's not, the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme.
It's the lie.
That to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose?
Epstein, you have to hear this. Okay, here we go. August 10th of 2019. We got you the exact date. The President of the United States retweeted a story about the fact that Epstein had passed in a federal prison and that the Clintons might have had something to do with it, insinuating that Bill and Hillary Clinton might have unalived Jeffrey Epstein while in prison. Okay, that's where it all starts. Short time later, he started using a hashtag Clinton body count. Okay, the President of the United States. And it seems as if he started this whole thing to somehow throw mud on the Clintons. That's what it started as. He really wanted to blame them and do something on their behalf, okay? However, what started happening was D'Souza and some Lynn Payton, all these other MAGA influencers started using hashtag Clinton body count, and it started to pick up steam. So now we're in 2020, and we've got these MAGA influencers now digging deeper into the story of Epstein. And they already believe that there's a deep state and that the wealthy get cover up and get special treatment for crimes they commit. And this guy, Epstein, who, yes, is a scumbag, totally fit into that. And they started finding out that he might have had a client list and a blackmail list because of the way he had things set up. So these MAGA influencers started talking about the protection of these high profile people in the United States getting special treatment, and that this Epstein guy we had to have all the information on him or we wouldn't uncover this deep state. So this is where Kash Patel came in, and this Dan Bongino guy. They were influencers, podcasters, and they really leaned into it. Now, as we all know, they're DOJ and FBI, but they started talking about unearthing the files. Donald Trump never talked about unearthing the files. He only tried to blame the Clintons. And then he shut up until now. And you know how I know that? Because I searched the internet and I wanted to see how many times Donald Trump talked about Epstein since his first little tweet or retweet in August of 2019. And it was 0 times. He stopped talking about it until the other day when he was like, who keeps talking about this? We're over this creep. We don't have anything to say. There's nothing here. Don't look, okay? That's the last time. 2019 when he tried to blame the Clintons, and then a couple of days ago. Now, you might be asking, why does this catch on with them so bad? A couple of things are really important. The fact that he died in a federal prison, this Epstein guy, created suspicion for a lot of people. My goodness, you would think in such a prison there was, protection and whatnot. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is there is no doubt that Trump's retweets in 2019 of a conspiracy of a sort definitely fueled and put the spotlight on this case. And so, ironically, he's the one that started it all. He brought it up in 2019, and he's the one that can't shut it up. And finally, MAGA's distrust of all the institutions, this just fueled their distrust. And there you have it. That is the reason why MAGA is so obsessed with this case, because of Trump. Ironic, isn't it?
Paperwork. Hours wasted at the health department. Constant running around.
I thought y'all were my friends. Hold on. Let me get this right. I thought y'all were my friends. What happened? The Democrats. I gotta go back to blaming the Democrats. It's fake news. Let me bring in Ghislane.
New York Courthouse today, Monday, July 14th, 2025. Now, of course, we're still covering all things Diddy. There was supposed to be a filing by the government on offense conduct due on Friday. It's not in the docket, but
hey, T720.
We've held off, but we have to do it. This Jeffrey Epstein matter. Here's our take on it. Behind me in 40 Foldy. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Monday, July 14th, 2025. Now, of course, we're still covering all things Diddy. There was supposed to be a filing by the government on offense conduct
hold on.
Due on Friday. It's not in the
Can
docket,
y'all hear?
We've held off. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Monday, July 14th, 2025. Now, of course, we're still covering all things Diddy. There was supposed to be a filing by the government on offense conduct due on Friday. It's not in the docket, but we've held off, but we have to do it. This Jeffrey Epstein matter, here's our take on it. Behind me in 40 Foldy, there was the trial of Ghislane Maxwell. Oh, actually, behind me is the MCC, where Epstein reportedly was dead. But behind that, after that, and a more serious thing that was actually able to be covered, there was a trial of Ghislane Maxwell. And we covered it daily. We put out a book called Maximum Maxwell that you can find. But it's more than that. We had covered Ghislane Maxwell back. Here's the news hook of today. It is reported that Ghislane Maxwell is willing to testify about the whole Jeffrey Epstein, l'affaire Jeffrey Epstein, whether to provide a list or to say there is no list, to tell the full and complete truth. But it's more than that. We had covered Ghislane Maxwell back. Here's the news take on it. Behind me in 40 Foldy, there was the trial of Ghislane Maxwell. Oh, actually, behind me is the MCC, where Epstein reportedly was dead. But behind that, after that, and a more serious thing that was actually able to be covered, there was a trial of Ghislane Maxwell. And we covered it daily. We put out a book called Maximum Maxwell that you can find. But it's more than that. We had covered Ghislane Maxwell back. Here's the news hook of today. It is reported that Ghislane Maxwell is willing to testify about the whole Jeffrey Epstein, l'affaire Jeffrey Epstein, whether to provide a list or to say there is no list, to tell the full and complete truth, she says, it is reported, about Jeffrey Epstein, probably in exchange for either a pardon or reduction of sentence. She's serving 20 years in a federal penitentiary in Florida. Today, as it happens, DOJ's response to her Supreme Court appeal is due, and we're going to be following that as closely as possible. But what I want to say about Ghislane Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein is that there is a UN connection. Yes, it's true. When I was inside the UN, before being ousted, in fact, I asked a question of Ghislane Maxwell. She had a UN press conference, believe it or not. Noted sex trafficking. It was already known that she was involved with Epstein, who had gotten the sweetheart deal for child sexual abuse in Florida. And she held a press conference.
You right, person, maybe.
Soon thereafter, I was ousted from the UN. I've been ousted ever since. Maybe it's a blessing because I've now covered the courts. But I'm not, they don't even respond to my applications to re-enter. And they...
Let's be clear. She is the only one, you know, since the human well, no. Because R. Kelly got hit pretty bad too. But I don't know of ties to with R. Kelly to Epstein. I haven't seen that connection, nor have I did the research. But I was about to say is she is about the only one who is serving real time that's related to, tied to, they rubbed elbows with Diddy. And if we will be honest, there are a few differences in, you know, their taste, you know, their appetite, but it looked like Diddy may have mimicked a lot of Epstein. And when we was listening, you know, to the undercover cat that went way in deep, he tied Epstein and Diddy. He didn't make no mention of R. Kelly or Weinstein, but he definitely made mention, made reference to Diddy and Epstein. And so when I think about KK, she reminds me of Miss Maxwell. They both madams. Now, I haven't heard of KK being involved in any of the sexual activities. I've heard that she was Diddy's, you know, she thought she was, you know, and I don't know if I could say a relationship, but Diddy done hit it or something. Oh boy said, but she's very remotely similar to KK. I mean to Maxwell, Ghislane. And I'm saying that to say she is serving serious time for it, where as far as conviction goes, Epstein was just like Diddy, convicted of minor. And I would not be surprised. Her name ain't came up yet, though, Matthew. Her name has not come up. So I'm not just going to add her and her name ain't came up. But I hear you, though. And you got to start by your name. So I hear you and respect that. But her name has not come up yet. But, baby, let me say this again. Auntie Fee, I don't care if you male or female. I don't give a D-A-M-N. And you can drag the M's out, the N's out. I don't care who you are. I am not making no excuse for now predator, male or female. I'm not like some people who ride or die for the race that they are. I ain't no predator. I ain't never been a predator. And I am not going to make excuses for one. Not one. Not one. So if her name pop up, you can best believe, hear me, I'm going to wear her out too. You gonna get wore out. You gonna get wore. I'm gonna wear all their asses out. I'm going to wear her out like she was passing our cars. You hear me? Of who flight log? Michelle? Your sister controls all FBI data. Well, hit my inbox. Fee about the facts on IG. Because I don't quite believe that. I don't believe that pressure. What I've read, I don't believe just yet. Because when that boy was reading that stuff, that didn't come to me as if he was, When real evidence come out that don't sound like a script, and once I found out that he's a screenwriter, he's a movie writer, and he needed help with his writing, and I don't believe none of them money grabs. Well, I just don't believe him because, and let me tell you what part of it is I remember when it sounded like Tyler was trying to help him with his, like when he's saying, oh, you know, once you get your confidence back up, you meet somebody, you will make a wonderful something. You know, it was as if he was like, oh boy had a bad breakup, and he was trying to convince him that, you know, work on yourself and you'll be okay and you'll be a good match for somebody. It didn't come across to me like he was trying to come on to that man. Not in telling him that you'll be a good match when you find the right person. So when I started reading it exactly the way it was, instead of reading it looking to see who does that? And you know, maybe Tyler thought he was his friend. And again, if I'm with my home girl, we talking boy talk. Ain't no telling what's gonna come out my mouth if we talking boy talk. Now, if you ain't my homie and you just looking for an opportunity to be offended with everything I say, then I have to accept it for what that is. So that's the only reason I don't, what Army dude got? As far as Tyler Perry goes, as far as that guy who he told him not to get involved with all that bull crap, because I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna rewrite the whole ending of it because y'all full of mess. Once I started reading that type of stuff, oh, okay. And then at the end, when he didn't have fillers, he filled everything in with what was going on in the Diddy case. So I pumped my brakes. But if I got some concrete something on Tyler Perry, then of course I would. I'm. But oh boy, showed his hand too early. What about the other guy? What Army do? I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. Well, if it's a person who has been traumatized, I mean, when I mean that, I mean somebody has aped you. It may take years. It may take years of counseling. It may take years for a person to go to counseling, especially if they are, because, you know, we was told counseling ain't for us. You take it to the Lord. The Lord is your counselor. Go sit down and talk to somebody. We keep it in the house. We take it to the Lord. Get over it. So it takes people years to go get counseling. And once you let your guard down to go to a counselor and they started going in there, it may take years for that to expose some childhood issues, some blockage. So it could be years, but you know, that's if somebody has been violated. But if somebody was flirting with you and you took it wrong and it was years ago, that may rub me a little different. Cause if that's the case, hell, I got some lawsuits. If we talking about somebody saying something to me at work that they probably shouldn't have said or was flirting with me, and I didn't want to be flirted with. I didn't appreciate it. But I know how to remove myself. I mean, it's just that simple. Don't be around them. And I'm not gonna act like I've never been sexually harassed before. I definitely have at work, at the workplace. I would never forget it. It was just, it was overbearing. And we were in training for 4 weeks, Branson, Missouri. I never forget it. And Branson at that time was very, very racial. They knew when we came in, and they knew when we were leaving. Only black person that they accepted in Branson, Missouri was Charlie Pride. Okay? So not only did I have to watch my back for that, because I think it may have been about 4 or 5 black people. I had to watch myself with him. I think that was as an adult. So I understand it, and I would look stupid to go back 20 years and say, when we was in training in Branson, Missouri, you were sexually harassing me. I'm taking you to court. You remember? Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't let up. Mm-hmm. I would look stupid. So I get that part pressure. Well, they only accepted him because he was country. He was country white, Branson, Missouri. They had that whole road where they do all that country tonky tonk. And he was country. Yeah, Charlie Pride sing. That was the only the only acceptable black person that they were okay with visiting Branson, Missouri back then. He's a country singer. And Branson, Missouri is country. So they was okay because he was a performer. They did not like us. He was the only acceptable. I mean, I know what I said. Can y'all not hear me? Anybody else, they gonna clock you coming in Branson back then. They clocked us. They knew where y'all from, when y'all leaving. That's how they greeted us. When y'all leaving. Okay? Charlie Pride was the only acceptable that they were okay with being in their town. But you stay clear. You visit over there, y'all go over there and get y'all something to eat. Y'all go to work, y'all come back in your room. They meant that. Okay? But my point is, I had to watch them, and I had to watch this brother who was really, really, really bad. I think he wound up maybe a year after training being fired for sexual harassment. It just wasn't with me. But when I heard about it, I was like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's him. Let's keep going.
And beyond that, UN, before being ousted, in fact, I asked a question of Ghislane Maxwell. She was had a UN press conference, believe it or not. Noted sex trafficking.
Now y'all hear UN. Remember George worked for the UN. Y'all remember the UN?
DOJ's response to her Supreme Court appeal is due, and we're going to be following that as closely as possible. But what I want to say about Ghislane Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein is that there is a UN connection. Yes, it's true. When I was inside the UN, before being ousted, in fact, I asked a question of Ghislane Maxwell. She was had a UN press conference, believe it or not. Noted sex trafficking. It was already known that she was involved with Epstein, who had gotten the sweetheart deal for child sexual abuse in Florida. And she held a press conference, and I asked a question, and soon thereafter, I was ousted from the UN. Have been ousted ever since. Maybe it's a blessing, because I've now covered the courts. But I'm not, they don't even respond to my applications to re-enter. And and beyond that, I just saw somebody from the court, so it threw me off a bit. But they don't answer written questions, including on this topic. But here was the connection. There's an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislane Maxwell saying, go forward with your Oceans Conference. It'll help put it all behind us. The Oceans Conference was inside the United Nations. There are many more connections. You can find them on Maxwell, but I resisted, but I'm in, because it's also a big political issue, how it's being handled, how the strange, sudden celebration of some by opponents of others. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that because I've got to get the Diddy thing you've heard. We're going to be trying to track down that filing because it was due and it should have been docketed. There are three, count them three, at least, trials starting in SDNY today. The big one that we're trying to be covering, we've been covering from the indictment, is Roman Storm for the Tornado Cash crypto mix-in. He's basically accused of helping money laundering. And there's going to, as we reported, Judge Fela has ruled that there can be a mention of North Korea and its Lazarus group, hacking group. But there cannot, she says, be an amendment, be mention of the weapons of mass destruction programs of North Korea. It's too explosive for the jury to think that the defendant somehow was helping Kim Jong-un get a nuke. But just helping Kim Jong-un, that's what they're going to allege. There's a lot of evidentiary issues. We've covered them all, twists and turns. Jury selection is today. Second trial, best well known outside of it, is one called U.S. versus Pena, or overall U.S. versus Rosado. It's a gun trafficking case, but it's going to be heavily litigated because Pena, as it turns out, was assigned as CJA counsel Simpson Thatcher and a guy called Mr. Bell, who used to be with the prosecutors, who's really ready to rumble on this fight. So there's motions to suppress, there's all kinds of stuff, and it's going to be really something. It's a civil case about a luxury boutique hotel on Spring Street allowing a sexual assault to take place, allegedly, inside its premises and how it's responsible. So we're going to be juggling all three of those. We're also obviously on this Boston trial of the the American Association of Professors, who are suing Rubio for the policy of going after pro-Palestine, allegedly pro-Hamas students. So we're covering that one. It's bogged down because the government gave in some emails that they now want to claim privilege for. Judge Young, rather than wait for the First Department, First Circuit, seems to want to go forward. So we're covering that as well. But we're also covering the UN, and we will be asking them the very questions that I just raised here and more. Specifically, not just about their current rapes by peacekeepers, but by their role, unseemly as it is, including a fundraiser by a UN correspondent who's allowed in while we're out. Celia de la Varenne, we've published it a number of times. She did a fundraiser with Ghislane Maxwell. We published the photo. The French ambassador, François Delattre, was there. Unbelievable. We will not cease. Inner City Press. We continue.
Okay.
People approaching 65 need.
All eyes on Ghislane. They go to the United Nations. Remember that he said that he was the one who was questioning George. And remembered everything he said when he was in court. And said that he was tied to Diddy. Hold on. Hold on. Where we go? I want to hear let me go back to the ones I had already listened to. Hold on.
And just started like cursing during it, making jokes about Donald Trump's
Oh
regime
no.
and his MAGA base are imploding as Donald Trump tries to cover up his dark and disgusting past. The cover-up gets worse, and it is backfiring in Donald Trump's face. We'll break it all down. Of course, Donald Trump needs distraction, so he goes back to his old tricks, and he says, Rosie O'Donnell should not be a United States citizen. Just a
I think I
strange
heard
reference,
this one.
making Rosie O'Donnell references, by the way, in 2025. She's living her life in, like, Ireland right now. Like, just leave her alone. I'm taking away her citizenship. Donald, we're not falling for those distractions. And while America is still recovering from a massive, catastrophic weather event that took place in Texas, where the death toll continues to rise, I guess the Trump regime is just like, all right, we're moving on now. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem were out, just partying at the FIFA Club World Club
Oh yeah, I
MetLife
stopped this
Stadium
one.
in New Jersey, while they were getting booed at that stadium. And then Donald Trump went to the trophy ceremony where Chelsea Football Club won.
Oh yeah.
And then Donald Trump he just wanted to be there in the center when the team was celebrating. They're like, can we It is an undisputed fact right now that Donald Trump is covering up his dark and sick past behavior. And there's a major development this week that's also explaining why Donald Trump likely directed Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, his number one and number two at the DOJ, to say that the Epstein list doesn't exist and to shut down the investigation and to shut down the efforts to release the Epstein files. And that is the United States Supreme Court is getting ready to hear the final appeal opportunity by one of Donald Trump's former best friends, Ghislane Maxwell, who sex trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. She was convicted in connection with the trafficking and basically put in jail or prison for the rest of her life. She's appealing that conviction and that prison sentence, and now it's going all the way up to the Supreme Court. And according to the Daily Mail and other sources, she says that she's got the list, she's got the files, she wants to drop names, and she's willing and able and ready to do it, depending on if a deal can be worked out with the Trump regime and the Trump DOJ. So we need to follow what's going on in the Ghislane Maxwell criminal appeal all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. This is the headline right now from the Daily Mail. This is their exclusive. Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislane Maxwell, is ready to reveal the truth of the pedophile client list, says insiders. So why are Republicans blocking her? Adam Cochran explains it as thus. Maxwell is appealing to the Supreme Court. Sources who have spoke on her behalf to news outlets in the past say she's ready to share the Epstein list in exchange for a non-prosecution deal. She's signaling to Trump she's ready to talk, and if the Supreme Court appeal doesn't go her way, she'll release the trial unless something is worked out. This is likely why he is suddenly so desperate to bury the list. If the list is, quote, fake or doesn't exist, then Maxwell's trial was on false grounds and false pretext, and she'd be eligible for a retrial where a lot of evidence was thrown out. There is a genuine chance that she now may be able to walk as a result of Donald Trump saying that the Epstein list doesn't exist and that there are no Epstein files. Let me break that down so you understand it. So at first, Donald Trump's Department of Justice, it was actually Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, who became the number two, the deputy attorney general. He works directly under the attorney general, Pam Bondi, and they released that memo, which he said they released with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the FBI director and deputy FBI director, respectively saying that there is no Epstein list, there are no Epstein files, and the FBI shutting down all of its investigative work. So then the MAGA people were freaking out, and they were pissed off. They were saying, why'd you bring the MAGA influencers to hold up phase one Epstein list binders? Why'd you say you had the Epstein list on your desk, Pam Bondi? Why have all of these MAGA influencers been grifting off of the release of the Epstein files, and now you're saying it doesn't even exist? So were you lying about a list to cover up for pedos and for sex traffickers? I mean, That's what you were doing? Or does this list exist and Trump is covering it up because he's on the list? We all know that Donald Trump is deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein. I've done numerous videos on that, right? But then on Saturday, Donald Trump does that post where Trump says the files do exist. Remember? He says they do exist, but it is a Democratic hoax, he says. And Obama and Hillary Clinton and James Comey and others created the files as part of a massive hoax to hurt Donald Trump and to hurt Republicans. Now, the MAGA Republicans weren't buying that, but I just want you to put yourself in the shoes now of Ghislane Maxwell. Now, she's been convicted in a trial where all of this evidence was introduced about her aiding and abetting Epstein's conduct, and that there was a list, and that they were involved in all of these things together, and involved in sex trafficking together. And by the way, a lot of what went down at Mar-a-Lago. More on that in a moment. So now one of the arguments that she'll be able to make, and she'll go, the president of the United States is now saying that the Epstein situation is a hoax, that it isn't real, that it was made up by Democrats, by Obama and Clinton, and that none of this is real. And so she'll say, if the president of the United States is making public statements that none of this is real, I should have been able to introduce that at my criminal trial. I wasn't. I deserve a retrial. So is Donald Trump, you make the connection now? By saying that, could Donald Trump be helping Ghislane get the retrial? And that will silence her from releasing the list if the United States Supreme Court does not grant her her appeal to reevaluate her sentencing or to overturn her conviction. You see how that works? And I mean, it's a horrific thing that Donald Trump's post may now allow Ghislane Maxwell to get a retrial. What it also is allowing, not may, but is that you have Prince Andrew, who was previously basically banned from coming to the United States. Andrew's now able to head to the United States. He's one of the people on the list that Donald Trump claims doesn't exist. He was one of the people with Ghislane Maxwell. He was being investigated in his connections with Epstein and Ghislane Maxwell. And now he's out and about partying. He's like, woohoo, I'm going to go to the United States now. I can go wherever because Trump and the FBI just did me a solid. I am free, no longer have to worry about any of this. I have a basic question. You know, Donald Trump is Doe 174 in connection with a lot of these civil cases against Epstein. He's numbered Doe 174. So if there's Doe 174, wouldn't there be 173 and 175 and 1, 2, 3, 4? So wouldn't that be a list of people? I mean, just right then and there. And I've done this analysis over and over again, but for those just watching for the first time, let me just do it super quickly. About 10% of all of the Epstein files have been released. There's about 90% that because there have been civil and criminal cases where the judge has released some things. From that 10%, I would say if you run it through ChatGPT and say, what's the name of someone who's on those documents more than anybody else? You'd probably get the answer of Donald Trump. Why? And I can go wherever because Trump turned her conviction. You see how that works? And I mean, it's a that she'll be able to make, and she'll go, the president of the United States is now saying that the Epstein situation is a hoax, that it isn't real, that it was made up by Democrats, by Obama and Clinton, and that none of this is real. And so she'll say, if the president of the United States is making public statements that none of this is real, I should have been able to introduce that at my criminal trial. I wasn't. I deserve a retrial. So is Donald Trump, you make the connection now? By saying that, could Donald Trump be helping Ghislane get the retrial? And that will silence her from releasing the list if the United States Supreme Court does not grant her her appeal to reevaluate her sentencing or to overturn her conviction. You see how that works? And I mean, it's a horrific thing that Donald Trump's post may now allow Ghislane Maxwell to get a retrial. What it also is allowing, not may, but is that you have Prince Andrew, who was previously basically banned from coming to the United United States, Andrew's now able to head to the United States. He's one of the people on the list that Donald Trump claims doesn't exist. He was one of the people with Ghislaine Maxwell who was being investigated in his connections with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And now he's out and about partying. He's like, woohoo, I'm going to go to the United States now. I can go wherever because Trump and the FBI just did me a solid. I am free, no longer have to worry about any of this. I have a basic question. You know, Donald Trump is DOE 174 in connection with a lot of these civil cases against Epstein. He's numbered DOE 174. So if there's DOE 174, wouldn't there be 173 and 175 and 1, 2, 3, 4? So wouldn't that be a list of people? I mean, just right then and there. And I've done this analysis over and over again, but for those just watching for the first time, let me just do it super quickly. About 10% of all of the Epstein files have been released. There's about 90% that hasn't, because there have been civil and criminal cases where the judge has released some things. From that 10%, I would say if you run it through ChatGPT and say, what's the name of someone who's on those documents more than anybody else, you'd probably get the answer of Donald Trump. Why? In 2002, Donald Trump said Epstein's a great guy. He likes women on the younger side. Virginia Giuffre, who underage girl who since recently died by suicide. She was underage at the time. She was trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. You had Ghislaine Maxwell, the sex trafficker for Epstein, went to Mar-a-Lago. Virginia Giuffre was working underage at Mar-a-Lago, and then Ghislaine Maxwell found her, brought her to Epstein, and she was sex trafficked. Here's what Virginia Giuffre had to say about being sex trafficked by Ghislaine. Here, play this clip.
Virginia Roberts was working in the spa at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach when British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
The training started immediately. I mean, it was everything down to how to give a blowjob, how to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself. And being a woman, it kind of to be quiet, be
socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
The training
Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago. Virginia Giuffre was working underage at Mar-a-Lago, and then
Trump's spot.
Ghislaine Maxwell found her, brought her to Epstein, and she was sex trafficked. Here's what Virginia Giuffre had to say about being sex trafficked by Ghislaine. Here, play this clip.
Virginia Roberts was working in the spa at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach when British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
So she worked for Trump. She was working for Trump. And the madam came. So did Trump pimp her to them? She worked for Trump. Ghislaine came, got her.
Here, play this clip.
Virginia Roberts was working in the spa at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach when British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
The training started immediately. I mean, it was everything down to how to give a blowjob, how to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself. And being a woman, it kind of surprises you that a woman could actually let stuff like that happen, but not only let it happen, but to groom you into doing it. And then there's Jeffrey who's telling you, I want it this way. No.
If you have pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe, you're missing out on
groom you into doing it. And then there's Jeffrey who's telling you, I want it this way. No, go slower and don't do that and do this.
How much time, money, and energy?
Is that the same instructing that Diddy was doing? Y'all, come on now.
It happened, but to groom you.
Ray had to say about being.
Ain't that the same grooming?
Here, play this clip.
No,
Virginia
stop.
Roberts was working in the spa at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago
Can
club
I?
in
No.
Palm Beach when British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
The training started immediately. I mean, it was everything down to how to give a blowjob, how to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself. And being a woman, it kind of surprises you that a woman could actually let stuff like that happen, but not only let it happen, but to groom you into doing it. And then there's Jeffrey, who's telling you, I want it this way. No, go slower and don't do that and do this.
How much time, money, and energy have you spent on health?
Y'all,
wellness,
please
and
double
beauty
tap
products
the
to look and
screen.
feel younger and healthier? If you're like me, probably too much. Scientific breakthrough to support our long-term health. Key to healthy aging, nutrient, 100% pure, usable glass bamboo. For the Epstein depositions from victims of Epstein who had been sex trafficked by him, they said, look, we're going to the Trump Atlantic City and Epstein's calling Trump. At Ghislane Maxwell's criminal trial, now a woman, but at the time an underage girl who was a Jane Doe. But when she was 14 years old, she said that Epstein and Ghislane introduced her to Donald Trump. In 2024, Donald Trump used Epstein's jet for the 2024 Trump campaign. They just wrapped it in Trump 2024 letters. I can, Doe 174, I can go on and on and on here. But here was Donald Trump at Ghislane Maxwell's sex trafficking case saying that he wishes her well. When he was asked, what do you want to say to her? Here, play this clip.
Ghislane Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
So then when he was asked by Axios, why'd you wish her well? I mean, she's a sex trafficker. Why wouldn't you wish her bad? I mean, why would you wish sex traffickers well? Here, play this clip.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislane Maxwell. You said, quote, I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. Mr. President, Ghislane Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a
First
person
of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
Her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you do know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean, she's
made
a
it
child
such
sex
a
trafficking.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died.
He
died in jail.
He covered it up.
Was
though.
he killed?
It
Was
ain't.
it suicide?
Hold on. It ain't that he the first or better. No. It's that he used that a part of his campaign. Yeah, he said that he was going to uncover JFK, MLK. He was asked about Epstein. He said that in running his campaign. He said it. Yeah, but he wanted to expose Bill Clinton. We played that last night.
I wish her well.
So he knew when he was talking about Bill Clinton, there was a list. He knew about the minors. He knew about it. I showed a picture with him and some young girls last night. You wasn't here. So yeah, no, that was part of his campaign.
Yeah, that was another massive red flag right there. And by the way, Donald Trump's
You always make
biographer,
excuses for predators.
was also going to be Epstein's
Here you
biographer,
go again.
but he never ended up writing the biography for Epstein. Michael Wolff, he recently sat down and did an interview, and he said, I've seen the photos with Trump and Epstein with the naked girls. I mean, he said he's seen them. Here, play this clip.
Know that these pictures exist, and I can describe them. There are about a dozen of them. The ones I specifically remember is two of them with topless girls of an uncertain age sitting on Trump's lap, and then Trump standing there with a stain on the front of his pants, and 3 or 4 girls kind of bent over in laughter.
He had a what on the front of his pants?
Describe them. There are about a dozen of them. The ones I specifically remember is 2 of them with topless girls of an uncertain age sitting on Trump's lap, and then Trump standing there with a stain on the front of his pants, and 3 or 4 girls know that these pictures exist, and I can describe them. There are about a dozen of them. The ones I specifically remember is 2 of them with topless girls of an uncertain age sitting on Trump's lap, and then Trump standing there with a stain on the front of his pants, and 3 or 4 girls kind of bent over in laughter. They're topless too, pointing at Trump's pants.
Hello, my name is Adam Curley, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy.
He had some
I look forward to you joining
leakage.
us pants.
And then we had Michael Wolff on the Midas Touch, and he said, he goes, when I was interviewed, I was specifically told, you could basically talk to him about anything, but you can't talk to him about Epstein. If you talk to him about
Diddy
Epstein,
said,
he's not
leave
gonna
it there,
answer
leave
your
it there.
questions
I
here."
need that.
No, and I think the thing you have to return to here is, Donald Trump has gotten away with literally everything. And it turns out to be one of his greatest gifts. And what is that? Because of it's the incredible advantage of utter shamelessness, or I remember Steve Bannon said to me once that if the famous P tapes were ever found, Trump would just say, "That's not me," and it wouldn't matter if it looked like Donald Trump, if he walked like Donald Trump, it wouldn't matter. He would just deny it. And somehow, again, hiding in plain sight, this long relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and Trump has just waved it away, swept it under the rug, ignored it, and gotten away with it. Does that change? I probably not, but maybe.
He is a master of distraction to distract
Absolutely.
people from all the problems he's created. And at the same time, he is distracted by this one question of maybe others, but this one for sure of Jeffrey.
I think it's a difficult question for him. I know once when I was, this was in Mar-a-Lago, I went to have a sit down with him. And his aides just asked me, a rough outline of what I wanted to talk about. And I had a lot of subjects, but I also said Epstein. And they said, if you ask about that, he'll just stop the interview and you won't get anything. So this person said, I recommend, you can ask about anything, but I really recommend you not ask that if you hope for this interview to go on.
And of course, we also learned that during his first term, Donald Trump was considering pardoning Ghislane Maxwell. And by the way, it's not just Trump. Others in his administration have ties to Epstein as well. RFK Jr., here's what he had to say. Here, play this clip.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with...
Hey, y'all, I need 20 likes. I need 20 likes, please. Double tap your screen. Just do it like double tap the screen of your phone. Hit the thumbs up button on your desktop or your tablet or your laptop. But if we're going to continue, I need 20 likes.
My wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislane Maxwell. And
some kind of.
They offered us a ride to Palm Beach, so I went then, and on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend, but otherwise I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning.
Your wife.
This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's, his nefarious issues, and I agree with you
Nefarious.
that all of this information should be released. And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein and any of the high-level political people that he was involved with. All of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why any of those records would have any redactions in them. Why would we be hiding that from the American public?
Well, you might. So this is a big development now because the Supreme Court has the opportunity to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's case. We'll see what they do. That's going to be decided soon. Is she then, regardless of what the outcome is before the Supreme Court, does she now go and say, hey, I need a retrial? The President of the United States says that my entire case was a hoax and isn't real, and I got an unfair trial because listen to what he has to say. I wonder if she goes in that direction, and does she now hold the list over his head, and Donald Trump effectively, is subservient, is going to whatever she wants to do, basically. So we will see. We'll keep you posted every step of the way. Subverting his.
Y'all get the lights up. Let's go. What's next? Hold on. How they were caught. How were they caught?
Jeffrey Epstein was born on January 20th, 1953 in Brooklyn, New York. Notably good with numbers, Epstein joined the math team at Lafayette High School and briefly studied math and physics at both Cooper Union and NYU, but never received a degree. Instead, by the mid-1970s, he began teaching calculus and physics at the Dalton School, an expensive private school in New York City. According to The Guardian, Epstein was known for wearing a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest. And at least once, he showed up at a high school party where his students were drinking. He paid persistent attention to girls in the hallways and in his classroom, which was so disconcerting, some students later recalled it left an impression that lingered for decades. Though he was never formally accused of sexual misconduct, one student felt so uncomfortable with him, they reported his behavior to a school official. Ultimately, he was let go from the staff due to poor performance. Working at the prestigious school had its benefits. According to Vanity Fair, through his students, he also became connected to powerful parents, one of whom was Ace Greenberg, a legendary trader and a senior partner at Bear Stearns, a company that targeted men exactly like Epstein. They didn't need to have the pedigree. They just needed to be PSD, poor, smart, and deeply desirous to get rich quick. In 1976, Epstein was hired as a junior assistant. By 1980, just 4 years after he had gotten into the business, he was made a senior partner. Epstein quickly acquired a bevy of personal clients as well, and by 1981, he left Bear Stearns to open his own wealth management firm called J. Epstein & Co. His business operated slightly differently than the rest of the industry. He refused to take any client who didn't have at least $1 billion in assets, and acted as their financial architect who controlled all investments, tax strategies, and philanthropic endeavors. Epstein charged a flat fee, never taking commissions or percentages, but demanded power of attorney to control his client's entire fortune. By some estimates, even if his annual management fee was 0.5%, one account worth $15 billion would yield him $75 million a year alone. He had about 20 accountants to keep numbers on track, 150 employees for administrative duties, and several beautiful female assistants to keep his schedule tight. But no one except him could manage or analyze the accounts. He made every investment decision by himself. In addition to his clients, Epstein collected friends he wanted to keep close, often men with political power or in the sciences. For example, he built his San home after spending time with Nobel Prize-winning physicist Murray Gell-Mann, who was co-chair of the science board at the Santa Fe Institute at the time. Gerald Edelman, another Nobel Prize winner who managed the Neuroscience Institute, said that at one point, Epstein was giving them $20 million a year, likely in exchange to visit and ask scientific and philosophical questions. Most infamously, though, were Epstein's targeted political connections. Some say he worked especially hard to get close to Bill Clinton, and future President Donald Trump said of Epstein in 2002, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." But for several decades, Epstein had been romantically linked to Ghislane Maxwell, the daughter of British media mogul Robert Maxwell, who had her own townhouse a few blocks away from his in New York. The heiress was known as a socialite, a party girl with friends in all stratospheres, as high as British royalty. Many postulated that despite their connection, their relationship was largely platonic, mainly due to Epstein's dedication to his bachelor lifestyle. Journalist David Patrick Columbia said of the pair, "It's a mysterious relationship that they have. In one way, they are soulmates, yet they are hardly companions anymore. It's a nice conventional relationship, where they serve each other's purposes." But Epstein wasn't just a playboy, and Maxwell a lovesick groupie. Anyone in Epstein's orbit may have been pulled into the enormous gravity of his alleged heinous crimes, which all began to unravel in March 2005, when a 14-year-old girl confessed to her parents that something terrible had happened to her. Those parents went to the police with her story. Their daughter had been molested by Jeffrey Epstein in his Palm Beach mansion. When she was brought in for questioning, she told authorities she had been brought there by 2 other girls. And when those girls were brought in, they pointed to 2 more girls who had done the same thing to them. Detectives soon identified dozens of victims, all female minors who all told a similar story. They arrived in a taxi to Epstein's Palm Beach waterfront estate and were brought through a side door into a kitchen, where they might be offered a snack, before they were shepherded upstairs to the master bedroom where Epstein lied in wait. One of his victims, Courtney Wild, who was only 14 years old when she was assaulted by Epstein, said of his strategy, "Jeffrey preyed on girls who were in a bad way, girls who were basically homeless. He went
Who
after
needed
girls that
something.
he thought no one would listen to, and he was right." The girls, who were mostly between the ages of 13 and 16,
Some would
were
call a
largely
money
brought to
grab.
Epstein's home by other victims who had been promised large sums of money to recruit new girls for him, essentially creating a massive cult-like pyramid scheme so he could systematically rape underage girls in his Palm Beach mansion, sometimes as often as 3 times a day.
The golden number? Didn't I tell you Diddy has studied this man? Sometimes it's as often as 3 times a day. Freak offs, right? Okay, let me back that up. Y'all, I need them likes, or I'm about to shut it down. For real, I'm over 2 hours.
Sums of money to recruit new girls for him, essentially creating a massive cult-like pyramid scheme so he could systematically rape underage girls in his Palm Beach mansion, sometimes as often as 3 times a day, to recruit new girls for him. Essentially between the ages of 13 and 16, were largely brought to Epstein's home by other victims who had been promised large sums of money to recruit new girls for him, essentially creating a massive cult-like pyramid scheme so he could systematically rape underage girls in his Palm Beach mansion, sometimes as often as 3 times a day. As lawsuits were filed by dozens of victims, Epstein invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent rather than self-incriminate over 200 times during depositions. By the time Epstein's 53-page federal indictment was served, with a laundry list of crimes perpetrated against about 40 teenage girls, in any normal circumstance, he would have been looking at a life sentence in federal prison. But despite confirmed credibility of the accusations and support of investigators, Epstein may have used his power and influence to lessen the outcome of the charges laid against him. In 2007, over a breakfast meeting conducted at the Marriott in West Palm Beach, Epstein's legal team managed to negotiate an unusually generous plea deal with U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, Miami's top prosecutor and the chief federal law enforcement official in the district. At the time, Epstein was represented by Jay Lefkowitz, a former colleague of Acosta's from a prestigious Washington, D.C. law firm some years before. According to Acosta's unprecedented non-prosecution agreement, Epstein pled guilty to 2 counts of soliciting prostitution from a minor. Spencer Coven, the lawyer who represented the girl in question, said of the outcome, "She was taken advantage of twice, first by Epstein and then by the criminal justice system that labeled a 14-year-old girl as a prostitute." Under Acosta's deal, Epstein was sentenced to serve just 13 months in a Florida county jail. Unlike many convicted sex offenders, Epstein was placed in a private wing of the Palm Beach County Jail instead of a state prison. Rather than being confined to his cell, the sheriff's office gave him release privileges to work in his Lux office in West Palm Beach, giving him the ability to leave the jail 6 days a week for 12 hours a day. Epstein's limousine would often pick him up from the prison as early as 7:15 a.m. And some days he was not dropped off till almost 11 o'clock p.m. At the time, the sheriff department's official policy ruled explicitly that sex offenders did not qualify for work release. Acosta also allowed another unprecedented stipulation that was in direct violation of federal law, as ruled by a federal judge in 2019. The victims would not be informed of the deal. During the time the case was sealed, the extent of Epstein's alleged crime from 2001 to 2005, including the number of girls he assaulted and any information on co-conspirators, were lost in a legal limbo. Not even the victims were privy to that information. Local authorities had referred Epstein's case to the...
So all you people out there in La Rico Land who was talking about Diddy, where's his co-conspirators? Or y'all asked him where was his? They wasn't even mentioned. At least we heard D-Rock and 10%. Y'all, my likes up and I only got 10 battery. And y'all think I'm gonna sit here and hold it and y'all haven't support my platform? Wrong answer. Get the likes up or when this goes dead, lights off. I don't care if we have finished this or not. But all of y'all talking about I ain't never heard of federal charges, RICO and shit. And it was he the only no co-conspirators. Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? I tried to tell y'all all the stuff that y'all talking about, like Diddy, they was doing Diddy in. Oh no, he wasn't the first. But I hope y'all hearing. Oh, okay. Y'all can show play dumb.
Stipulation that was in direct violation of federal law, as ruled by a federal judge in 2019. The victims would not be informed of the deal. During the time the case was sealed, the extent of Epstein's alleged crimes from 2001 to 2005, including the number of girls he assaulted and any information on co-conspirators, were lost in a legal limbo. Not even the victims were privy to that information. Local authorities had referred Epstein's case to the FBI as well. But with the plea deal, some have criticized that Acosta had also effectively halted their extensive ongoing probe. In fact, Acosta's deal ensured that Epstein and at least 4 accomplices received immunity from all federal criminal charges, with an incredibly flexible clause granting immunity to any potential co-conspirators as well. Many
There we
believe
go.
this was meant to protect any influential men who might have had sex with underage girls while with Epstein at one of his properties. In 2017, while Acosta was being nominated to be Secretary of Labor under the Trump administration, a position that directly impacted labor laws related to human trafficking,
What's the
he
one
was questioned
difference,
about his
Princess?
choices in Epstein's case.
He a
And he
rapper?
said, at the end of the day,
He not a
based
rapper.
on
What's the
evidence,
difference?
professionals within a prosecutor's office decided that a plea that guarantees someone goes to jail, that guarantees he
What's the
registers
difference,
as a
Pressure?
sex offender, generally, and guarantees other outcomes, is a good thing. In 2018, the secret, that was absolutely not a secret despite the best efforts of a few powerful men, was out again. Julie K. Brown wrote a scalding investigative expose in the Miami Herald that put forth allegations, once again, that Epstein had molested or sexually abused
He not a rapper?
to be about 80 girls between 2001 and 2006.
Or did he like boys?
The article put Epstein in the hot seat again,
And he like
and
girls?
this time, he couldn't wiggle out of it. Certain his crimes could not be exclusive to his home in Palm Beach. Investigators in New York City now took up the case, and on July 6, 2019, Epstein was arrested. By July 8, 2019, the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office issued federal charges against Epstein. The article put Epstein in the hot seat again, and this time, he couldn't wiggle out of it. Certain his crimes could not be exclusive to his home in Palm Beach. Investigators in New York City now took up the case, and on
Justin,
July 6th,
Justin, those were parties. Why y'all always bring up Hugh Hefner? What does Hugh Hefner have to do with that? He had a whole bunch of girlfriends. None of them filed charges on him. None of them was a silver case that led to an investigation. So why are you bringing up Hugh Hefner? Who filed the civil charges against Hugh Hefner, Justin? Y'all kill me bringing up other people. Hugh Hefner had a Playboy mansion. Which one of them females pressed charges or that accused him of abuse, sued him, and it led to a criminal investigation? We're waiting, Justin. Since you brought him up, like you had a point. What's your point? Was one of them Playboy bunnies your mama or something? Why are you bringing up Hugh Hefner? Don't come in here with that stupid stuff if you can't explain it. No, who lost a civil suit for abuse? Who did he beat, Justin? Who did he beat? Who accused him of assault? Who accused him of trafficking them? Come on, hurry up, because I don't have time for you. Because you're lying. They are not the same. Who accused him? Where's the lawsuit? Where's the paper trail? So we can research it, so I can shit your ass up. Where the paperwork? What's her name? Hurry up, because I'm finna remove you. Because you just bumping your guns for attention. That's why I'm calling you out to prove that you just talking with no substance. Where is it at? Who? Who did he beat? Who did he stomp? Justin? Who did he pay out civil that led to a criminal investigation? What men did he turn out? What men went into the Playboy Mansion to strip that he turned into hoes and filmed them? We listening, Justin. Bring your ass on. Hurry up. I don't have time for you. Because I'm finna shut you down and shut your ass up. What are they names? We want names. We don't want talk. Because you talking that bull crap. I'm going to remove it until you give me a name. So that we can research it. So I can prove you wrong. What's her name? Don't say there's been plenty. Yeah, we want names. Or you shut up. Do you have a name? Justin Crockett, what's the name? Y'all stay by the Justin. Next time you come over here, have a name. Have some proof. Because I'm going to check you on it. Okay? Mr. Crockett, David Crockett. I need 7 more likes. David Crockett looking at him.
Certain his crimes could not be exclusive to his home in Palm Beach. Once again, the Epstein had molested or sexually abused what they now believe to be about 80 girls between 2001 and 2006. The article
Or was it Jimmy Crockett? Jimmy Crackhorn, and I don't care. Whatever.
He couldn't wiggle out of it. Certain his crimes could not be exclusive to his home in Palm Beach. Investigators in New York City now took up the case, and on July 6th, 2019, Epstein was arrested. By July 8th, 2019, the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office issued federal charges against Epstein for the sexual trafficking of minors. The allegations would also extend to Ghislane Maxwell as one of Epstein's recruiters. Upon his indictment in early July, Epstein pleaded not guilty to all allegations that he had sexually exploited and abused dozens of minor girls in the early 2000s at his homes in Manhattan and Palm Beach. His trial was slated for June 2020, but what came next was an unexpected twist for Epstein. For years, Epstein had been able to live freely despite the multitude of sexual abuse allegations. But finally, his vast wealth couldn't help him. Epstein offered to put up about $100 million for bail, requesting house arrest, secured by armed guards he would pay for. The judge didn't buy his argument. Manhattan federal court judge...
He tried to put up 100 mil. Diddy tried to put up 50. Woo, they similar, ain't they? Oh, my. Oh, my.
Upon his indictment in early July, Epstein pleaded not guilty to all allegations that he had sexually exploited and abused dozens of minor girls in the early 2000s at his homes in Manhattan and Palm Beach. His trial was slated for June 20th.
One was a rapper.
But what came next was an unexpected
one black, one white.
Epstein. For years, Epstein had been able to live freely despite the multitude of sexual abuse allegations. But finally, his vast wealth couldn't help him. Epstein offered to put up about $100 million for bail, requesting house arrest, secured by armed guards he would pay for. The judge didn't buy his argument. Manhattan federal court judge Richard Berman said of Epstein's case, "The government has established danger to others and to the community by clear and convincing evidence. I doubt that any bail package can overcome a danger to the community."
Ain't that why Diddy still in jail? His was violence. Ain't they similar? Huh? Oh, okay. Wasn't Trump gonna try to pardon him? Okay. I need 5 more likes real quick.
Being denied bail, Epstein was returned to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan. At 6:30 a.m. on the morning of July 23rd, 2019, Epstein was
Hey,
found dead in
Carolina.
his cell.
Carolina.
According to the BBC.
Oh yeah, and for the ones who missed my upload earlier, the OG racketeering mafia cat Ori, he said everybody was not celebrating Diddy when he was found not guilty on racketeering. He is known in the MDC as a snitch. They said, first of all, everybody saw him beat Cassie, and they not cool with that in MDC. Second of all, he is known to be a rat in the MDC. And Diddy sits at the rat table. Okay, I ain't gonna mention it no more. When it go off, it goes off. I said I need 5 likes.
Examiner officially ruled the death a suicide by hanging. Reportedly, Epstein had injuries on his neck from unidentified sources that some believe may have been self-inflicted in relation to suicide, but others have not ruled out assault by another inmate. Many have since criticized the prison for their careless treatment of a man who needed the strictest supervision, in part because of how it impacts his victims. On July
He said
2nd,
Diddy ain't loved him,
about
MDC.
a year after Epstein's death, Ghislane Maxwell was arrested on charges related to the sexual trafficking of minors and is currently in prison awaiting trial. The women Epstein tormented still await any form of justice for the sick abuse that was perpetrated unto them. The effects of both that abuse, as well as the continued failure of the legal and criminal justice systems to protect Epstein's victims, have left many of the women deeply traumatized. Jennifer
They don't look at it like that. That ain't what that ain't how they look at it. They said that everybody, there's TVs in the prison. They saw him beat her. I don't know who you was here. I did a toilet call for him. Javier, them Aryan Nation, all them other folk, all Javier, them was doing a prison toilet kite to for Diddy to meet their asses on the yard. Yeah, they gonna fight for Cassie. Bring that ass her. Bring that ass her. Let's see if you can fight your way out, Diddy. Since you like booty, bring that ass her. We want to see if your hands and feet measure up to who they got waiting for you that you're going to have to fight on the yard. Bring that ass her. Bring your hands. And if your hands don't win, we're going to flip that, yeah. He said only the people who are like him would have been cheering for him, but everybody did not cheer for Diddy. Yeah, he is not welcomed like that. It wasn't me who said it.
For perspective, we have to live with the scars of his actions for the rest of our lives. While he
They
will
say
never
he
face
have
the
much
consequences of the
yeah.
crimes he committed, the pain
Yeah,
and trauma
but
he
they want to
caused so
take
many
it.
people. Epstein is gone, but justice must still be
So he didn't say nothing about no grown fee girlfriend. That is not what they said. They are not looking at it like if it's a girlfriend or a wife. They didn't ask. Well, hell, she said her husband, but they ain't asking if it's his wife or girlfriend. They just saw it on the news. They did not question Is that his girlfriend or his wife? How many years he been married? If he was married, they ain't asked all that. I'm just relaying the message where the guy who really is Italian mafia, y'all say they gotta be mafia. He said that what everybody with these content creators was saying ain't true. Everybody was not cheering for Diddy when he was found not guilty. And he sits at a table. He sits at a table with rats now. He didn't say that he didn't say nothing about no wife. He said they saw him beat Cassie. That's how they worded it. So don't add to it. What is this? What Epstein fuel? What is this?
I guess I would. It's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
What?
The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why are they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that.
Who's on the Epstein tapes, folks? Who's on those tapes? Who's in those black books?
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the black book.
Last week, Trump's DOJ and FBI released a joint memo stating that they conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey Epstein and found over 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence.
Hi,
The memo
Mrs. Tom.
concludes, quote, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. It goes on to confirm.
What?
Yeah, I would. All right. I guess I would. It's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why are they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that.
Who's on the Epstein tapes, folks? Who's on those tapes? Who's in those black books?
Wow.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the black book.
Last week, Trump's DOJ and FBI released a joint memo stating
Is
that
that
they
not
conducted
moonwalk
an
backwards?
exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey Epstein and found over 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. The memo concludes, quote, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. It goes on to confirm, quote, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019.
Lies.
The memo links to both raw and enhanced video of the surveillance footage captured outside his cell over the course of 10 hours, which shows no one entered or exited his cell the night he killed himself. While most of the world shrugged this off as old news, it is not an overstatement to say the MAGA world erupted.
How many of you are satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap.
If you can't do your job, we'll find someone who will.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
So now, by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just, you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity.
Oh, he red. Oh, he red.
I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much. The administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just, you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity. And I just really need the Trump administration.
He turned red. See, pressure, I blame you. I keep telling you integrity is very important with this. See how he turned red and his eyes got watery? See, and he said, I got integrity. See, you thought I was playing. Integrity is important. He turned 50 shades of red and he about to throw up. Shout out to him, a man with integrity. And you can't say he was always red. He turned redder, 50 shades of red.
So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. It's because I have integrity. And I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country. And they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this tears my guts out.
Lies and all the heinous cruelty in the world at the hands of Trump is one thing.
Bless you, brother, with
denying
integrity.
The existence of an Epstein client list, well, that's a bridge too far. Today, we're talking about what the f is going on here and delving into the more important discussion about what this MAGA world controversy reveals about Trump and the cult of MAGA. Let's get into it. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I have struggled with it. I know how stressful and overwhelming it can feel to watch those debt of your debt. There is no minimum credit score required. Best option for you right now at crimes. Jeffrey Epstein died in his cell on August 10th, 2019 from an apparent suicide. Since then, conspiracy theorists have had a field day attempting to uncover the truth about his death. They have latched on to supposed evidence, such as that the official autopsy revealed that the broken bones in his neck could have been caused by hanging or by strangulation. Authorities were also unable, in the days immediately after his death, to account for why his cellmate had been moved the day before he died, who found Epstein's
cellmate,
and where the two guards were who were supposed to be watching him. Weird, it's almost like our prisons aren't properly run. It's strange. But despite a photo of the bedsheet he allegedly used to end his life, an apparent suicide note, and subsequent troves of publicly released evidence, including timelines, hundreds of documents, and an internal investigation by the DOJ's Inspector General that concluded in a scathing 130-page report meticulously detailing all the ways the DOJ did mishandle the case, especially in relation to his suicide while in custody. Despite all of this, conspiracy theorists online maintain that the true cause of his death was murder because he had a black book, a client list, that he was holding on to for blackmail purposes, plus troves of at-home security footage he could whip out at a moment's notice to control the richest and most powerful people on the planet who he had assisted with committing heinous crimes. They believe the client list is still out there and that the deep state has kept it under wraps to protect the cabal of liberal elites operating a child sex ring, while also, I guess, controlling the government and hurting the people by keeping secrets from us. I'm still a little unclear what the actual harm that MAGA cares about so deeply is, because they claim it's protecting children, but we all know they don't give two shits about the actual well-being of children, or providing services to children who have been deeply traumatized, or to adults who were deeply traumatized as children, or taking any actions at all to actually protect children from some of the biggest culprits of child abuse like the church, but instead using protecting children as an excuse to be openly hateful and bigoted towards trans women in bathrooms, towards trans kids in sports, towards drag queens, towards librarians who carry books they don't agree with. But I digress. The point is, the Epstein conspiracy is so pervasive because a large community of people, mostly chronically online, haven't touched grass since at least 2019 types, have been convinced that uncovering the Epstein client list is the key to unraveling the entire deep state. If these people could be those, they could also have created the Russian hoax in 2016 and stolen the election in 2020. It's the final piece of the puzzle, and once it's revealed, we can all step back and see the deep state liberal machine for all that it is. And Trump and many others in his circle have fanned the flames of that conspiracy over the years, including Trump himself, J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino. And we're not talking about comments made years ago. We're talking about comments made last year, and in some cases, comments made a couple months ago. Specifically, back in February, in what amounted to nothing more than a publicity stunt, a number of right-wing influencers went to the White House and received their own binders with a cover titled The Epstein Files, Phase 1. The binders contained copies of documents that had already been previously made public. That was less than 5 months ago. That same month, Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared on Fox News, and when asked specifically about the Epstein client list, she confirmed that she had a copy of it on her desk that she was actively reviewing.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
This week, both Bondi and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt walked back the statement, claiming that Pam just meant she had various files relating to Epstein generally on her desk that she was going to review. Because what was fun about the Epstein conspiracy theory is that it was mainly lobbed against Democrats like Hillary Clinton, and it helped Trump and his cronies keep the MAGA base riled up and focused on rooting out the deep state, convinced that Trump was definitely going to drain the swamp this time. The lack of information on Epstein's death, the lack of a clear list of who participated in his crimes with him, that is the kind of that conspiracy theorists really grasp onto. When something feels unfinished, and when there are conflicting pieces of evidence that may indicate something is amiss, that's what gets the people going. That's why the murder of John Benet Ramsey is still deeply discussed across the internet, and John Benet continues to be a household name, despite the fact that she died literally 30 years ago, and that unfortunately thousands of little girls have been murdered since then. So remaining relevant by getting his followers to continue talking about Epstein and the greater liberal cabal conspiracy theory served Trump well. Until it didn't. Until someone with enough attention on him pointed out the thing that weirdly a lot of Trump-supporting Epstein conspiracy theorists are willing to overlook, the fact that Trump had a long friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. During the lovers' spat between Elon and Trump in June, Elon tweeted, quote, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public."
He Doe 174.
That is the real reason they have not been made public. Petty, catty, you love to see it. Elon doubled down saying, quote, "Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. And, quote, I will apologize profusely as soon as there is a full dump of the Epstein files." Does Elon know something we all
You
don't
don't
know?
either.
Probably not. More likely he was pissed about the big beautiful bill moving forward and threatening the bottom line on his electric vehicle projects. He had been screaming about it and wanted more attention. And
Now
knew
he
that
focused
calling
on
forth the
Russia,
Epstein
like I told
freaks
y'all
was a great way
yesterday.
to get the attention he was craving. He later apologized for going too far, only to double down this past weekend, demanding Trump just release the files as promised. But when the richest man on earth accuses you of being a member of a child trafficking ring, one that your ardent followers feel incredibly passionate about, that's going to get your attention. So I have no doubt that Trump threw a fit and demanded that something be released to confirm that he is not on any Epstein list. And because he has selected people for this second administration for their specific inability to stand up to him, they all caved on their long-held conspiracy theories, releasing this memo last week to confirm there is no client list, there is no conspiracy or cover-up, move on and forget about it. Trump has made it clear he is annoyed with the ongoing Epstein discussions, including in an unhinged rant on Truth Social that started with, "What's going on with my boys and, in some cases, gals?" which is just an insane opening line. He then goes on to say Pam Bondi is doing a fantastic job. People trying to pull down MAGA with this Epstein are being selfish. The Epstein files were written by Obama, Hillary, the Biden administration, also Comey and Brennan for good measure, the two that he has been attacking from his previous administration. Then he reminded everyone about the Russia hoax and that the 2020 election was rigged, begging people to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. He's begged reporters to stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And alas, to no avail. MAGA influencers, including Charlie Kirk and Laura Loomer, among others, have been giving the issue wall-to-wall coverage, and die-hard MAGA supporters are questioning their support of the administration. This was apparently the final straw. The feud is ongoing, with influencers like Loomer lamenting that the administration needs to just come clean on the Epstein question so that it doesn't distract from larger issues like immigration ahead of the midterm elections and hurt the Republicans running for re-election. Given the fact that the conspiracy theories have swirled long after the death of Epstein and the prosecution of Ghislane Maxwell, something tells
You on
me they
that
aren't
list,
going to be
Preston?
lulled into complacent acceptance about this issue the way that they are about issues like human rights abuses and abductions of immigrants, about a woman's decaying seeing corpse being used as a forced baby incubator, or any number of other atrocities actually being committed by the Trump regime. But at first, I didn't even want to make an episode about this latest Epstein controversy because it feels like a big distraction from the other horrific that's happening in this country. As I looked into it though, this felt like an important moment to take a step back and discuss what this right-wing obsession with this particular conspiracy theory reveals about MAGA as a whole. MAGA leadership has exploited the difficulty of proving something doesn't exist. They built the entire 2020 stolen election conspiracy off the fact that it is really hard to prove a negative. How do you show that something did not happen? There's never going to be a smoking gun proving no election fraud happened. And it's easy to poke holes in a report that says, we found no evidence of fraud. But now, MAGA leadership has to contend with that difficulty. How do you prove that something doesn't exist? That a client list doesn't exist? That a conspiracy to murder Epstein to cover up what he knows
You're a
didn't
business
happen?
owner. You
MAGA
on that list,
leadership
pressure.
also has to contend with the consequences of years of egging conspiracy theorists on across the internet, which they have done with gleeful abandon for over a decade. Conspiracy theories keep people engaged. It grabs their attention. It exploits their confirmation biases. And it has allowed Trump, up until now, to command more attention by playing off those conspiracies and positioning himself as the answer to the problem, the revealer of truth, the drainer of swamps. And in the eyes of his supporters, the Epstein issue is the ultimate test of Trump's ability to drain said swamps and stop the deep state. Epstein is an indictment of the liberal ruling class, of the deep state. Like I said, that client list and his murder are the keys to unraveling all of it in the minds of Epstein conspiracy theorists. And these conspiracy theorists have been obsessed and furious about what they think is a major global cover-up for years. All the while, the ruling class literally steals their money out from under them in broad daylight. Another benefit of playing up major conspiracy theories is that it distracts from what's actually happening, often without the need to cover up anything at all. All major reputable analyses of the big, beautiful bill that Trump just signed into law confirm that the bottom half of income earners in this country will likely be worse off because of the bill's tax cuts and cuts to essential services like Medicaid and SNAP, while the richest people in the country benefit from continued tax cuts. At the same time, reports are coming in that Trump's tariffs are successfully raising revenue by upwards of $3 billion over the next decade, enough to offset the cost of that big, beautiful bill.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here.
Dang it, which one is it? Let me hear him before. Let me hear what he said.
The Barack Obama was that he was willing to be flinty-eyed about criticizing.
Has a blunt message for his fellow Democrats. Quote, just toughen up. Stepping out for his first fundraising appearance since the Democrats' 2024 election loss, the former president had some tough love as his party continues to struggle to counter President
Nah, I
Trump's
ain't gonna be
agenda.
playing with nobody's
He told voters
kids.
this over the weekend. Quote, I think it's going to require a little bit less navel-gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions, Obama said, according to excerpts of his remarks exclusively obtained by CNN. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen. CNN's chief political analyst, former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod, joins us now. Ax, always great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Good to see you.
What do you make of the former president doing this in this way and doing it now?
Well, it's telling that he did it at a fundraiser for the Democratic National Committee that was set up to support candidates, particularly the two gubernatorial candidates in New Jersey and Virginia, Mikey Sherrill and Spamberger in Virginia. And so, I mean, if you read through all of it, I think part of what he's saying is the way you resist is by electing people who are going to pursue a different policy. And, so toughen up and, stop navel gazing and so on means focus on the task at hand. And he talked very specifically about that. The thing I found most interesting about it, Casey, was there were a couple of lines in there. He said, "Stop looking for the quick fix. Stop looking for the messiah. You have great candidates running races right now. Support these candidates." And, there's been a lot of discussion about why isn't he out more. I think his view, and I've had these discussions with him in the past, is that there are always new leaders. You need to lift up these new leaders, and these new leaders have to lead. And it is not appropriate or wise to look back and say, well, you come back and do it again, or you be the, and that, in a sense, that was, to me, an explanation for why he's picked his shots and why he has he's been a little circumspect and not out there constantly, because he believes that there are voices within the Democratic Party who can step up and lead at this point and into the future.
Well, David, it's interesting you picked up on that, because that also really stuck out to me, especially the use of the word messiah. I mean, because Obama himself, right, was often treated like that, right, in the Democratic Party. And we've increasingly seen that our politics are driven by singular figures more than they're driven by a party, or, people don't trust the parties as much, right? Obama had a hold over the Democratic Party in a way. He was able to bring voters in to the Democratic Party in a way that others have simply not been able to. Is there a world where, well, it's kind of easy for him to say that?
Don't wear these perfumes if you don't like compliments. Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but honestly,
that others have simply not been able to. Is there a world where, well, it's kind of easy for him to say that?
Well, I think that's a fair commentary, but I think it's also instructive to look back at that race in 2008, because one of the great appeals of Barack Obama was that he was willing to be flinty-eyed about criticizing the politics of Washington writ large, and he didn't excuse Democrats from that. And I think we're in a similar period now when what people are looking for are leaders who are willing to square up with the not just the failures of Donald Trump, which are very well known and current, but also the things that led people to Donald Trump. The fact that so many working people voted for him, including Black and Hispanic voters, and
that he trying to deport.
They're looking for someone to say, how do we build something better? How do we build something that's actually more responsive to the needs of working people? How do we build something that is resistant to the influence of the money and special interests and, yes, identity politics, and build something around the things that we all share, the concerns for our families and how we make a living and how our kids are going to do better than we do. I think that's what people are looking for. But I get your criticism, and I think what he's saying is don't do that. I think what he's saying is look to the leaders you have and support them and lift them up, and leadership will come.
David Urban, what say you?
Who am I to question the wise acts? Right? I would say this. What I think is very instructive is who he is holding up and who he's not mentioning, right? So he's holding up Spanberger. He's holding up Cheryl, two pretty moderate Democrats, blue dogs almost, Democrats. But yet we didn't hear any mention of Mr. Mondami, who's really kind of captured the Democratic Party like Obama did before 2008, right? So I think that is very instructive.
Well, New York may or may not be the same as
No, but still, but if you look at who has fired up the base the most, right? I think at this point, I may be wrong, but I think Mondami, right?
Those are the most critical elections right now, the statewide, and Abby and Mikey are dynamic leaders.
I'll also say, having read that speech that he gave, he was pretty scoldy. He is very scoldy these days, and he talked a lot about how people are not stepping up and doing their part, and how people have been folding and not really standing up tall. And I just don't think that
goes down very well anymore. We saw that in the run-up to the election, where he was sort of telling black men that they needed, in solidarity, to vote for a black woman. And I think that that kind of scoldy Obama really doesn't play to the Democratic base anymore.
Axe, can I get you to weigh in on that?
Yeah, look, I mean, I half agree that I applaud those people, those law firms who have the courage to stand up, universities that are standing up to protect academic freedom. I also am aware that there are responsibilities to the institutions that people are leading that cause those to be difficult questions. So it's not as easy as one might say. That said, there may have been people in that room last night who were there to support the Democratic Party but had questions about whether they wanted to stick their own neck out if they were part of a big law firm and so on. And for them, maybe the message was appropriate.
Axe, can I get you to also weigh in on what David Urban was just saying about who and where the excitement is coming in? I mean, it's a good point. Abigail Spanberger is the kind of candidate that certainly, if you think about the Bill Clinton model in the 1990s, someone from the South, she's got national security experience, appealing to a broader coalition, very different profile than the Democratic nominee for the mayoralty in New York.
Yeah, we're also a big, diverse country. I don't think David Urban, my buddy, I don't think he supports everything that every Republican office holder around this country has said. He's way too sane for that. And I would say this: Mamdani he especially excited young people in New York, and it is instructive to see how he has done that. He has done that by single-mindedly focusing on the issue of affordability, which is huge in New York and across this country. So you may not agree with his prescriptions on some things, and you may not agree with some of his positions on other issues, but I think that is a through line for Democrats across the country, whether it is Mikey Sherrill in Jersey or Spanberger in Virginia, or candidates across the country. We have an affordability crisis in this country. It's one of the reasons why Donald Trump was elected. Despite the fact that he says that he has done, a tremendous job in dealing with that, I think people know the cash register doesn't lie, the rent check doesn't lie. This is a persistent problem, and I think it's one that Democrats can unify around rather than splintering into other issues that are much more divisive.
All right, David Axelrod, always grateful to have you on the show, sir. See you soon, I hope.
Great to see you guys.
All right, thank you.
If you want to drop your auto insurance rate, then don't skip this video.
That sounds loud
Take
to
a
me.
look. I've removed my personal info, guys.
Hold on, there was some stuff that popped out within the last.
Former Justice Department pardon attorney.
You could say this is all MAGA drama and it's happening over there and it's a sideshow, except for the fact that the MAGA drama is happening inside the Department of Justice, which means that it has implications for all Americans. What do you see as the stakes of what's going on right now?
I think all of this is bad enough within its four corners, either lying about this situation for years, covering it up. That's what's going on. It remains unclear whether Trump's in these documents or not. But the thing that I've been talking about or thinking about today is the fact that this is an entirely self-inflicted wound, and the timing of this disclosure was entirely within their control. And the fact that they have been stumbling around, bungling around on this for days now, gives me some cause for concern about what happens when there's a real crisis. When there's a real unexpected crisis.
Like what would be a real crisis?
A terrorist attack, a cyber attack, any kind of very serious criminal act within this country that the FBI director might need to deal with or the attorney general might have to deal with.
Oh, like the assassination of two lawmakers, state lawmakers in Minnesota just a couple weeks ago?
I mean, communicating with the public effectively, clearly, and honestly is an extremely important part of what the attorney general and FBI director in theory should be doing. And what I think we've seen over the last week or so is that they may not be capable of doing that. But here's the deal. You can't put this genie back in the bottle.
I mean, it's they spent years on this. They groomed and prepared and spoon-fed their base with these conspiracy. You saw the animation of Bongino on his podcast and Kash Patel on the couch getting, sitting up straight to talk about it. They believed it. They bought into it. So now somebody looked at something.
Yep.
And said, you know what, we just gonna put this right back over here in the corner. We're just not gonna talk about this anymore. And the base is like, wait a minute, time out. You have to share it with because we know what's in it. I said in the last hour, a lot of these folks think that this is a list of Democrats. Well, Donald Trump was one of those Democrats at that time, palling around with Epstein. So what are we to make, very much to Ankush's point about, this being one thing, but then there's these other bigger things that could come along. We're getting a taste of how this administration deals with, if you can't handle the Epstein files, what the hell are you going to do if there is a terrorist attack? And how does this Justice Department deal with that?
This is a totally performative administration. All of Trump's cabinet members, and especially the Attorney General, they are playing a part. They're performing to the base.
Doing their role.
Yeah. And she's probably his best performer to date until this incident. And the problem is that she can't fake her way through this. She is being asked for the factual support for promises that she made by the MAGA base, and she can't put her fingers on the facts. So that has created a crisis for these folks who really, as Ankush said, are not very substantive in their leadership. They are performing a part. But the problem is we're not on The Apprentice anymore. What might have worked in that context is not working right now to appease the MAGA base. And unfortunately, this is really the least important thing that is happening in the Department of Justice right now. It's the least important thing that they have to worry about in terms of priorities, and it is sucking up all of the air and all of the energy of these leaders who are supposed to be above the fray and considering the bigger picture of policy for our country.
I'm with you. This is a self-inflicted wound and a boomerang that has come back around on this administration, on these very people. Knocked them right upside of the head, because this is something that they fed for years. And then when they got into the White House, I remember all of these influencers, these right-wing influencers, were invited to the White House, and they walked out with these binders saying, "We've got pieces of the Epstein files." They zhuzhed it all up, only to now have a mess on our hands. But you made this point about what really could happen in this country, and you've got these folks who don't know what they're doing. I'm thinking about what Steve Bannon has been saying, Alicia, and about the special prosecutor.
Yes, he's been saying, he was at Turning Points, and he was talking about his deciphering of what it is that Donald Trump has been saying about the use of a special prosecutor that theoretically would be assigned to Epstein, but Bannon sees more of a slippery slope. Take a listen.
You're going to have the nullification project and the Russian hoax after he won to try to kill his first term. You're then going to have the stealing of the 2020 election. And guess what? Let's throw in January 6th, right? January 6th.
Do you see how the aperture is already expanding? And you layer on top of that what Mark Elias has warned us about, which is the fact that Donald Trump knows he now needs to reconsolidate his base. What does he do when he wants to reconsolidate his base? He turns his ire and his attention and his Justice Department to his political enemies.
And they can find a lawyer who would be willing to play that part.
Well, the thing of it is, though, that is a little bit of an effort to sidestep this issue and maybe even elongate the sort of Jeffrey Epstein sort of conspiracy, because there's actually no reason why they need a special counsel.
Correct.
Pam Bondi is supposed to be doing this job. Jeffrey Epstein is not a Democratic opposition to Donald Trump. He's dead, right? So they do not require a special counsel or anyone outside the department to get to the bottom of what's going on in the Epstein case and to report those facts out. That is her job. If she cannot do it, she should not be the Attorney General. They don't need another shadow Attorney General doing all the things that Steve Bannon wishes they would do.
Do you agree?
I do agree. This is such an odd case because I think one thing that isn't being talked about very much is this case was actually initiated during President Trump's first term in office. It was initiated in 2019. Epstein died in 2019. So the whole notion that we need further investigation into this case that Trump's own Justice Department originated is very bizarre. It's a complete distraction, and it's a distraction, frankly, from much more important things that are happening in the Department of Justice right now.
I mean, particularly when you look at the firing of federal employees across across the system. What we saw just last week at the State Department, we were talking about the impact that could have on our foreign policy. To both of your points about this being a distraction, but there are some interesting little pieces brought up by the likes of Laura Loomer. You know, in her Politico playbook headline, Trump's Epstein headache isn't going away. She notes, I don't see how there can be a situation where Bongino can coexist with Blondie, that's her derisive term or moniker for Pam Bondi, as Attorney General. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resignation from Bongino. Ms. Loomer goes on to say.
How low that the playbook has gotten that they are quoting Laura Loomer, but that's another.
You need copy, I guess. But the reality of it is that's eating away within the department, right? It's. I mean, Bongino, whether he's qualified or not in the position, he's in the position. And so now if he suddenly resigns, what does that do in this process? I mean, now the upside is it's not a Senate appointed position, so you don't have to go through that, right? But it is disruptive.
Struggling with paperwork for a death certificate? Say no more. Vital Records Online has your back.
But it is disruptive.
Well, this president has shown that he does not value substantive knowledge or experience in these very important roles. So I'm not sure that replacing Bongino would really be that big of a deal. I think that we should really be paying attention to what types of institutional safeguards remain in the Department of Justice now that we know that we have this easily distractible leadership. And one of the things that has not gotten the attention it deserves is that Pam Bondi on Friday fired the department's chief ethics official, which is an extremely alarming development, and it sort of flew under the radar as we're all freaking out about Jeffrey Epstein and paying attention to this issue. But that is the person who is entrusted with ensuring that the political leadership of the Department of Justice is complying with federal ethics laws. That's the person who might say, you can't accept that airplane, or you can't preside over a case where your brother is the attorney of record. And those types of things are just not important to this administration. Maintaining the institutional integrity and the ethics of the place are just falling by the wayside in favor of political circuses like the one that we've seen in the Epstein case. And this is going to do long-term damage to the credibility of the institution of the Department of Justice.
Well, isn't that the point, though, Ankush? That is what they're trying to do. I have to remind people that the folks that work in this White House, particularly the Stephen Millers, the president himself, Russell Vought, have said that their goal was to deconstruct the administrative state. The administrative state is the federal government. Now, the president has referred to the Justice Department as his attorneys. And so what Liz is saying about the institutional safeguards, if you will, guardrails within the department, I feel like they are surgically being removed.
There has been an intentional element to this. I mean, that was a deliberate choice to remove the ethics official. Another story that was sort of under the radar, Reuters reported today that 2/3 of the lawyers who defend the government in civil litigation have left the department. 2/3. We're talking about decades and decades and decades of experience here. And I mean, I've heard stories like that, people leaving because they're fed up, they don't want to be in court and in a position where they're potentially having to say an inaccurate thing to a judge. I'm sure you've heard variations on these too. So there has been a deliberate effort in certain areas of the department to winnow things down, indifference in some instances, but also redirect resources away from really important crime-fighting efforts, things like fraud, financial fraud, white-collar crime, toward, frankly, things like Jeff Epstein, which has consumed the department's most senior leadership, as Liz was saying, for the last week.
Oh, let me. man, I don't remember which one it was. Hold on.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and
The result of having health care ripped away from them. Good afternoon, everyone. Donald Trump and House Republicans have repeatedly betrayed the American people.
Facts.
Donald Trump and House Republicans promised to lower the high cost of living here in the United States of America. In fact, Donald Trump and House Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down in the United States of America. Costs are going up. Life is becoming more expensive under Donald Trump and Republican control of Congress.
Facts.
There is nothing in the one big ugly bill that will meaningfully make life more affordable for the American people. In fact, the one big ugly bill will make life more expensive for everyday Americans, particularly as it relates to utility costs. Utility costs are going to go up in the United States of America as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Costs aren't going down. Republicans haven't done a damn thing to make life more affordable for the American people. Costs are too high in this country. That's why Democrats are going to continue to focus our efforts on building an economy that actually is affordable for hardworking American taxpayers. We need to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower utility costs, lower child care costs, and lower insurance costs. America is too expensive. And things aren't getting better under Donald Trump and House Republican rule. They're getting worse. On top of that, Donald Trump and House Republicans jam this extreme budget bill down the throats of the American people. They will hurt millions of Americans who are going to lose their health care as a result of the one big ugly bill. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, community-based health clinics will not be able to operate, and everyday Americans in every state in this country are going to die as a result of having health care ripped away from them by Republicans in this town. The one big ugly bill rips food out of the mouths of hungry children. Who are these people on the other side of the aisle? Who are they? And on top of it all, ripping health care away from the American people, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Ripping food out of the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans who are going to go hungry as a result of this one big ugly bill. All of this is being done to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. The largest transfer of wealth from everyday Americans to billionaires in American history. And these so-called fiscal conservatives are going to explode the debt by more than $3 trillion and set this country on a path toward possible bankruptcy. Every single House Republican who voted against the best interests of their constituents and voted to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks will be held accountable. Questions? Questions?
Thanks, Mr. Leader. Tomorrow you've got the primary for the Arizona race to replace Representative Grijalva. as far as the direction of the Democratic Party, you've got this influencer, Daddyo Fox, who's running, and then also Adelph's who's got some more endorsements. What does this say? Is this a microcosm of where the Democratic Party is right now trying to go forward?
Raul Grijalva was a leading progressive in the United States Congress, a former chair of the
Y'all
Congressional
please
Progressive
double tap the screen, get the
Caucus.
lights
In fact,
up.
he was a chair upon my arrival in the Congress, along with Keith Ellison, but a decades-long progressive champion for the communities that he represented in a variety of different ways in Arizona, and eventually as a national leader. So it's my expectation that whoever emerges from this primary is going to be, someone who will continue that progressive legacy on behalf of Chairman Grijalva.
Leader Jeffries, could we please get your response to Texas considering a mid-decade redistricting, and what, if any, response do you think there should be from blue states, New York, or otherwise?
Donald Trump is deeply unpopular, and the one big ugly bill is deeply unpopular, and Republicans have done nothing with their majority but hurt everyday Americans. That is why they are desperate to cheat in terms of trying to rig the midterm elections by gerrymandering in an extraordinary fashion the Texas congressional map, which is already gerrymandered. House Republican leaders spent a lot of time trying to convince the American people that they just did something that they're proud of. If that, in fact, was the case, why is the first step that you are taking an effort to rig the Texas congressional map in a desperate attempt to hold on to power in this country, in the United States of America? Elected officials should earn the support of the voters that we hope to represent. Republicans want a country where politicians choose their voters, not the other way around. It reeks of desperation, and we're going to do everything that we can do in Texas and beyond to respond.
Thank you, Leader. No doubt New York is going to play a big role in who controls the House next year. We've had Republicans tell us that the nominee for New York City mayor is a gift for Republicans in New York State. Do you think he's a political liability?
Donald Trump is a gift to Democratic prospects in Virginia, New Jersey, and in the midterm elections next year.
Jumping off of that, thank you. Two questions. One, will you be meeting with Mr. Mamdani? He's going to be here in D.C. this week. So one is, will you be meeting with him when he's here, or when will you be meeting with him? And two, do you agree with Cuomo's essentially thought or request that candidates who are not leading drop out by September?
I'm scheduled to meet with the Democratic nominee at the end of the week back home in Brooklyn. Haven't had a conversation with Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo since the primary, and have no current plans to do so at this moment.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. I have a policy question, if you don't mind. What is your reaction to President Trump issuing today an ultimatum to Putin to end the war in 15 days in Ukraine or a 100% settlement tariffs? How do you see this playing out, and what's the sentiment?
Vladimir Putin has spent the entire year punking Donald Trump and the Trump administration. Donald Trump promised many things to the American people and continues to betray the American people and break promise after promise after promise in a whole lot of areas, including Donald Trump's promise that there would be peace in Ukraine on day one of his presidency. How is that working out? Donald Trump has spent the first 6 months of his presidency playing footsie with Vladimir Putin.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing.
With Vladimir Putin. And the response from Vladimir Putin, a sworn enemy of the United States of America, has been to unleash terror on Ukrainian children, communities, and civilians. Donald Trump has zero credibility in this area. Is he just now figuring out that Ukraine is a friend to the United States of America and Russia is an enemy? Is he just now figuring out that the United States should always stand on the side of democracy, freedom, and truth, which is standing with Ukraine as opposed to stand?
Y'all, can y'all still hear? Y'all still with me? Yeah, he getting in trouble, y'all. He, you know.
On the side of authoritarianism,
I need some wands. Can
tyranny,
y'all
and
still hear?
propaganda, which is what he's been doing by standing with Russia and Vladimir Putin. Is he just now figuring this out? Congress has to act independently in this area, and we should sanction Russia and continue to keep the pressure on Vladimir Putin and Russia, a sworn enemy of this country, until the Ukrainian people are able to achieve victory for themselves, our NATO allies in Europe, and the free world.
Leader Jeffries, I want to get your thoughts on the Genius Act and CBDC Surveillance Act. Do you support those? Will you advance those?
Yes, my expectation to have a conversation about the crypto legislation at the leadership meeting that we have today at 5:15, and then at the steering and policy meeting, and then at the Democratic caucus meeting tomorrow morning, and I'll articulate a position on both pieces of legislation thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Speaker Johnson was asked yesterday the legislative agenda going forward now that the reconciliation bill is passed. He said that Republicans are going to pursue up to 2 more reconciliation bills. One as soon as this fall, one next spring. He said that Republicans were going to push for lower level funding for their 2026 funding bills, more rescission packages, and quote codifying Trump executive orders. I want to get your response to that legislative agenda. How will Democrats continue to push back? And do you think that it's wise if you say that the reconciliation bill that just passed is so unpopular? Do you think that it's wise to pursue additional party line pieces of legislation?
If the Republican legislative agenda in the House continues to be to unleash chaos, cruelty, and corruption on the American people, we will continue as Democrats to strongly oppose it.
Over the last few days, a number of members of your caucus have been posting and engaging in some of the discourse about Jeffrey Epstein. Is this appropriate for your members to be doing so? Do you want to see any action on that front?
The American people deserve to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as it relates to this whole sordid Jeffrey Epstein matter. Democrats didn't put the Jeffrey Epstein thing into the public domain. This was a conspiracy that Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, and these MAGA extremists have been fanning the flames of for the last several years. And now the chickens are coming home to roost. The American people deserve to know the truth. What, if anything, is the Trump administration and the Department of Justice hiding?
Facts.
What are you hiding? If you're not hiding anything, prove that to the American people. And if you are trying to hide something, as many of Donald Trump's MAGA supporters apparently believe, then the Congress should actually work hard to try to uncover the truth for the American people. There are only 2 things that are possible here. Option 1, Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, and the MAGA extremists intentionally lied to the American people for years about the Jeffrey Epstein situation. That's option 1. Option 2 is that, in fact, there's reason for the American people to be concerned as it relates to what information has not been released that could be damaging to the Trump administration and the friends and family of the Trump administration and their billionaire corrupt supporters. And so they're actively engaging in a cover-up. Option one, they lied for years. Option two, they're engaging in a cover-up.
Right there.
At this
Both.
point, it seems reasonable that can only be one of the two things.
They doing both. They
And
lie
so it's
and they
Congress's
cover it up.
responsibility in a bipartisan way to ask the questions and try to get answers.
If you have pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe, you're missing.
In a bipartisan way to ask the questions and try to get answers on behalf of the American people.
Two of your members have introduced or announced legislation to either force or urge the administration to release all the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Have you had a conversation with those members? Do you plan to? Do you support those pieces of legislation?
I haven't had a conversation with those members or an opportunity to evaluate the resolution and the legislation. However, I think transparency and sunlight for the American people is always the better course of action.
The Senate is going to be voting later today on Trump's first judicial nominee of the second administration. Do you think Democrats have done enough to oppose Trump's judicial nominees thus far?
Democrats in the Senate have been working incredibly hard to push back aggressively against Donald Trump's extreme agenda. We partnered closely with Senate Democrats under the leadership of Chuck Schumer to strongly and uniformly oppose Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. And I'm confident that Senate Republicans will continue to rubber stamp Donald Trump's extreme judicial choices, and Senate Democrats will continue to aggressively push back on behalf of the American people. This whole situation that America has found itself in over the last 6+ months has been one big, corrupt, chaotic, and cruel project that has been unleashed on the American people. And it continues. I mean, this Texas thing shouldn't surprise anyone, because despite the claims by House Republican leaders that the American people have fallen in love with these extremists in the House of Representatives, and so they're acting upon a mandate. Give me a break. The only reason that House Republicans even have a majority right now is because they stole 3 seats from the people of North Carolina. North Carolina is a 50-50 state. Donald Trump narrowly won the state in 2024. There's a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, Democratic elected officials across the state of North Carolina who won on the same day. North Carolina is a 50-50 state. The North Carolina congressional delegation, which previously had fair congressional lines, produced a 50-50 congressional delegation. 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans, as recently as January 2nd of this year. That was the makeup of the North Carolina congressional delegation. What happened? Republicans engaged in mid-decade redistricting in a 50-50 state that had fair maps and produced an evenly divided delegation, and took it from 7-7, stole 3 seats that were in Democratic hands from the people of North Carolina as a result of illegitimate mid-decade congressional gerrymandering, and turned that delegation into 10 Republicans and 4 Democrats.
Wow.
There's a 3-seat difference in the House of Representatives right now when Republicans are at full strength and Democrats are at full strength. 220 Republicans to 215 Democrats. That entire difference, the majority that Republicans have, can be explained solely by the fact that they cheated in North Carolina. These people have zero credibility in terms of the issues that they're allegedly championing on behalf of the American people. If you believed in your ideas and the power of your issues, then why are you trying to cheat now in Texas just like you did in North Carolina? The problem that Republicans confront is that the Texas congressional map is already gerrymandered. And so this gerrymander may actually turn into a double-hander because they are going to create a situation where 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Republicans who are currently in safe districts are going to be on the front line of our efforts to flip seats, particularly in a midterm election where Donald Trump is deeply unpopular and his signature one big ugly bill is deeply unpopular. Imagine a group of people, this is how corrupt they are, who in the middle of a search and rescue operation that is taking place in Texas right now, dozens of children drowned to death. And some of that has to do with incompetence in the Texas state government and incompetence in the Trump administration. And instead of actually trying to be there for the people of Texas in the Hill Country, children at summer camp who's lost their lives, they call a special session. And the main reason for that special session is to try to steal the midterm elections by rigging the Texas congressional map. These people are a complete and total embarrassment. The American people are not going to stand for it, and things aren't going to get better for them. Politically, they're only going to get worse. Thank you.
Okay, I'm joined now by someone, and this is interesting, with intimate knowledge of the very jail cell Epstein died in. Michael Francis, he was a capo for the Colombo crime family in the 1980s. He served time in the exact cell where Epstein was later held. Michael, welcome back to the program. Tell us about that cell, and what do you make of these revelations that there is a minute missing from the surveillance video, Michael?
Well, listen, I spent 7 months on that tier and in those cells. And the first thing I have to say, there's no way you are able to commit suicide. There's just no way. There's no way to hang yourself. There's nothing from the ceiling. There's nothing from the bed. You'd have to be a midget and work really hard to try to hang yourself. And I don't think you can accomplish it at that point. As far as the cameras being off, I haven't experienced that. I did 8 years in prison, and I haven't experienced cameras being broken in the perfect storm of correctional officers not walking those cells. They walk in and they look in on you all the time. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's embarrassing to go to the toilet because they're walking past you and looking in the cell constantly. So I've said this from day one. I do not believe it was suicide. I can't talk about what happened to him, but I don't believe it was suicide because you just couldn't physically do it. It would be almost impossible to do it. So that's number one.
It must be interesting, Michael. When you look at the video, though, it must be interesting because you know the area. I mean, we all look at this like a prison, but this must look very familiar to you.
Very familiar, and the fact that a minute is missing, look, this guy, I just did a very deep dive into him, which I'll be releasing on my platform in the next several days. Look, there's no way that this person operated alone. Look, they have the videos. Alan Dershowitz recently said that he saw the client list, but because there's people I know, he can't, because he's an attorney, he can't, reveal what he saw. But he said he saw the client list. He's demanding that it be released. You know, to think that there's no flight logs.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that there's
definitely a list.
client
So why they lying and
that the
saying it's
thousands
not,
of
I don't
recordings
know.
that they had, because I found out for sure that he had cameras on every bedroom, recording everything, and all of a sudden, all of it is gone.
Didn't we hear that with Diddy?
I mean, none of this makes sense. And look, the only reason it's important, it's not that anybody's trying to say, come on, this guy was a creep. And there was young women involved in this, young girls that were trafficked and abused. I have 5 daughters and I have granddaughters, and I just don't like it. And anybody that's involved in this should be held accountable. I recently interviewed Paul Hutchinson, who was, you know, a major figure in the Sound of Freedom. He was one of the ones that went to rescue, I think, 51 or 52
Yeah, that's the
of
guy
these
we
young
watched
girls
yesterday.
and young boys that were being exploited and trafficked. I mean, this has got to stop. And if these people are not held accountable, it's just going to continue. And unfortunately, it seems like it's people with power and money. It seems that, you know, from what my investigation, you know, that this Les Wexner was the first one that Epstein was able to bribe. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff here that needs to come out, and it's really shameful if it doesn't. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
But as far as the jail cell,
We only
no
have,
way there was a
Yeah, I want to go back to the jail cell because you have, I mean, you lived in that jail cell. And just real quick, again, tell me, would you have the privacy in that jail cell to take your own life?
Not only would you not have the privacy, I don't understand how you would be able to do it. You have to hang yourself from something. There's nothing on the ceiling that you can hang a bed sheet on. The bed is not that high. I mean, you have to try to lay down on the floor in some way because Jeffrey Epstein was a fairly big guy. You'd have to be a midget to even try to hang yourself. So it's not a question of not only are there cameras on, are the COs walking the tier constantly, especially from what I understand, Jeffrey Epstein was on suicide watch for a while. They watch you very, very closely. Trust me on that. So I just can't buy it. I cannot buy it. I'm sorry. And I have no horse in this race other than my experience and the fact that I just couldn't see it happening.
Yeah.
So there's not a
we
ceiling?
appreciate you
I
coming
mean,
on tonight, Michael. We appreciate your perspective, especially as someone who's been in that exact cell. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
So it ain't no ceiling. If there is a list, there is a copy. If there is a list, there is a copy. What is this?
This was so quick and easy. I'm very happy. It's the death certificate for my mom.
Your economy is doing. I personally favor eliminating GDP as a measure. I don't even know what that is. It's clearly not relevant. They tell me Japan has a stagnant GDP. Have you been to Tokyo?
Oh, no.
It's the single most radicalizing experience you'll ever have because it's just so nice. You
point out also, though, is wow, so Trump's Department of Justice just filed a brief with the United States Supreme Court regarding Ghislane Maxwell's request that her conviction in connection with sex trafficking be overturned based upon a non-prosecution agreement that Jeffrey Epstein entered back in 2007, 2008 with the United States Attorney's Office in Florida with a guy who eventually became Donald Trump's labor secretary. Department of Justice just filed a brief with the United States Supreme Court regarding Ghislane Maxwell's request that her conviction in connection with sex trafficking be overturned based upon a non-prosecution agreement that Jeffrey Epstein entered back in 2007, 2008 with the United States Attorney's Office in Florida with a guy who eventually became Donald Trump's labor secretary during Donald Trump's first administration. The Department of Justice is saying that the Supreme Court should not take up Ghislane Maxwell's appeal, her request for what's called certiorari to overturn her conviction for sex trafficking in federal court in the Southern District of New York. I'm going to go through it, but the Department of Justice also provides kind of a roadmap regarding the arguments that Ghislane Maxwell is now advancing, that Trump's former labor secretary, when he was a United States attorney, included her in the sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein when there was a co-conspirator clause added saying that Epstein's co-conspirators should not be prosecuted. Now, when a co-conspirator clause is referenced, doesn't that also imply that there are other co-conspirators like Ghislane Maxwell and others? And wouldn't that also imply the existence of other individuals who may be out there who may have been potentially thought of as being included in that non-prosecution agreement? And then you think about Donald Trump bringing this guy as his labor secretary. His name was Alex Acosta, who was the guy who made that deal with Epstein, and bringing him very close to him in the first Trump administration. Here's what I want to point out as well. The Trump regime continued or extended the deadlines twice for them to respond to Ghislane Maxwell's appeal to the United States Supreme Court. Their most recent extension letter to the Supreme Court was June 6th, 2025. So it's interesting, right, that within 24 hours now, after Donald Trump making that post where Donald Trump said that the Epstein list exists or the Epstein files exist, but they were a hoax by Obama and Clinton, 24 hours after, that's when the Justice Department finally files its brief before the United States Supreme Court. I want to go through this brief with you that the United States Department of Justice just filed. What I want to point out also, though, is Alex Acosta, again, who was Trump's labor secretary during first Trump's term, is referenced in this brief a lot. So let me just remind you of Donald Trump standing right next to Alex Acosta at the White House during Trump's first term. And you'll see here Donald Trump saying that many people thought Acosta's deal with Epstein was a good deal, and people were happy with the deal. But now 12 years later, people are unhappy. And even Trump saying, I didn't want Acosta to go. I think this is going to be a critical piece of evidence in Ghislane Maxwell's request for a retrial. Here, play this clip.
He's a great labor secretary, not a good labor secretary. He's done a fantastic job. He's a friend of everybody in the administration, and I got a call this morning early from Alex, and I think he did a very good job yesterday. Under a lot of pressure, he did a fantastic job, and he explained it. He made a deal that people were happy with, and then 12 years later, they're not happy with it. You'll have to figure all of that out, but the fact is, he has been a fantastic Secretary of Labor. And Alex called me this morning and he wanted to see me. And I actually said, well, we have the press right out here, so perhaps you just want to say it to the press. But I just want to let you know, this was him, not me, because I'm with him. He's a tremendous talent. He's a Hispanic man. He went to Harvard, a great student. And in so many ways, I just hate what he's saying now, because we're going to miss him.
All right, now let's go through the brief that was filed in the United States Supreme Court by the Department of Justice. Here's what they say. So here's how they lay it out. They go, following a jury trial in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, petitioner was convicted, that's Ghislane Maxwell, on one count of conspiring to transport minors with the intent to engage in criminal sexual activity in violation of 18 U.S.C. 371, one count of transporting a minor with intent to engage in criminal sex activity in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2423, and one count of sex trafficking of a minor in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1591. It goes on to say from 1994 to 2004, Ghislane Maxwell coordinated, facilitated, and contributed to the multimillionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse of numerous young women and underage girls. The abuse follows a pattern. Petitioner and Epstein would identify vulnerable girls living under difficult circumstances, isolate them from their friends and families, gaining their trust by giving them gifts and pretending to be their friends, normalize the discussion of sexual topics and sexual touching with the girls.
Did she get found guilty of sex trafficking? Then they need to Diddy prosecution need to use Ghislane Maxwell as one of their cases.
And then transition to sexual abuse. It went on to say that Epstein carried on those activities.
They need to use her.
Among other
She got 20
locations,
years.
Epstein's residences in Palm Beach, Florida, and New York
And she didn't
City.
get no money.
All right, Palm Beach, Florida. Okay, Ghislane Maxwell.
Pressure. I mean, who was that? That wasn't Pressure. Somebody asked me about the cases. They need to use her. Diddy's. The state need to use case study number Ghislane Maxwell. She got 20 years. She trafficked. She didn't get no money off of it. I know where I saw that at. I know where I saw it at. Because they were saying it was going to be hard to find cases because typically people get money. Well, she didn't get no money. She got sex. Same as Diddy.
Would use where in Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago as one of the sources of where he would sex traffic the girls from. Enter Virginia Giuffre, who's homeless. She's 17 years old, underage. She gets a job at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, okay.
Ghislane
So I did
Maxwell
play this earlier. Is this the same?
Let me tell you about my experience with the 5-day juice cleanse. As someone who's always on the go, I was a bit skeptical.
Figure out a way to deal with Ghislane Maxwell. Here, play this clip.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein.
Oh, it's a different one.
The agreement.
That a woman could actually let stuff like that happen, but not only let it happen, but to groom you into doing it.
Oh yeah,
he said that he hopes she does well. I wish her well.
Yeah, I saw that one. Okay, we saw that earlier, y'all. Let me end on this one. It's another one I just saw. I want to end on. Not that. Oh, Lord.
The Jeffrey Epstein case, as one of the president's fiercest supporters, conservative activist Laura Loomer told Politico,
This is not it.
there should be a special counsel appointed to do an independent investigation of the handling of the Epstein files so that people can feel like this issue is being investigated and perhaps take it out of the Attorney General's hands, because I don't think that she has been transparent or done a good job handling the issue. With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Hodig, who just so happens to be having a book about special counsels, a highly anticipated work coming out shortly. Ellie, a special counsel in this case, what would that special counsel investigate? What are even the legal issues surrounding the Epstein case at this point?
Diddy do have a prior case pressure that's going to come out in that investigation.
Unlike any other special counsel,
It's a misdemeanor, but he still got a prior domestic battery
going back to
out of
Watergate, when it
California.
was called independent counsel, and through the ensuing 50 years, the law tells us that there's not supposed to be special counsel just because there's a messy situation or just because the Attorney General has done a bad job. It's supposed to be reserved for where there's a conflict of interest or other extraordinary circumstances. And historically, those conflicts of interest have always touched on the president himself or other powerful people around the president. Now, whether there is such a conflict of interest, presumably Pam Bondi might know. We wouldn't know at this moment. The other thing is special counsel historically and under the law is not supposed to be appointed just to tell a story, just to get to the bottom of something. It's supposed to be reserved for actual prosecutorial scenarios where there's some reason to think there should be criminal charges. The FBI last week, in its memo, looking at the situation, said there's no basis to think anyone else should be charged. So look, this is Pam Bondi's decision, and it's going to be a tough one.
What are the actual outstanding legal issues in this case? When people are criticizing Pam Bondi, what is it? Is it about actual legal things?
It's a great question, right? It's important that we separate what people are super interested in, myself included, I think a lot of us in the media included, but where there's some actual legal work to be done. And the only real legal work that could be done here by DOJ would be a criminal investigation and charges. But again, if you look at that memo that the FBI put out last week, they said they went through 3 terabytes of information. That's a massive amount of information. And the memo says, basically, there's no reason to continue down this road. There's no reason to think that anyone should be criminally charged. Now, do people credit that? Do people credit Pam Bondi? That gets into a more complex question.
Right, this morning there is new criticism from the right on the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Politico is now reporting that conservative activist Laura Loomer is calling for the appointment of a special counsel to look into this. With us now, Congressman Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. What do you think a special counsel would accomplish, and how do you feel about it?
Hi, I'm Sandy. My ad motor, Aracetin M360.
Part-time in county jail.
That book was just a book, all of Jeffrey Epstein's contacts.
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
Stolen by the Alfredo Rodriguez, who was the house manager. But a lot of the people, I mean, that was Jeffrey Epstein's thing. I mean, his thing was making money and children. And Jeffrey Epstein's relationships were all utilitarian. I mean, he wouldn't, if you couldn't help him make money or children, he wouldn't have anything to do with you.
The DOJ may not have given a list of names, but at some point, a client list was made by Jeffrey Epstein that was scattered across his black book, scribbled on flight logs and mentioned in hushed depositions. Some were.
That book was just a book, all of Jeffrey Epstein's contacts.
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
Stolen by the Alfredo Rodriguez, who was the house manager. But a lot of the people, I mean, that was Jeffrey Epstein's thing. I mean, his thing was making money and children. And Jeffrey Epstein's relationships were all utilitarian. I mean, he wouldn't, if you couldn't help him make money or children, he wouldn't have anything to do with you.
The DOJ may not have given a list of names, but at some point, a client list was made by Jeffrey Epstein that was scattered across his black book, scribbled on flight logs and mentioned in hushed depositions. Some were powerful, some were famous, all connected to him. And now, years after his death, the Department of Justice just quietly admitted.
That look.
The DOJ may not have given a list of names, but at some point, a client list was made by Jeffrey Epstein that was scattered across his black book, scribbled on flight logs and mentioned in hushed depositions. Some were powerful, some were famous, all connected to him. And now, years after his death, the department...
I was trying to get it to stop at that bed.
A client list was made by Jeffrey Epstein that was scattered across his black book, scribbled on flight logs and mentioned in hushed depositions. Some were powerful, some were famous, all connected to him. And now, years after his death.
So this is where he supposedly had hung himself. Or unalived himself. Is it possible, y'all? They said there's nothing hanging from the ceiling. Is it possible? I mean, y'all see a way?
The Department of Justice just quietly admitted 24 hours ago that they're still reviewing the records for a potential public release. Still? This raises a question nobody wants to answer. Why now? And what's left inside those sealed files? So today we'll look back, not for the sake of curiosity, but to understand how much power it takes to keep this quiet, even now. Jeffrey Epstein presented himself as a billionaire financier with an eye for science and charity, but behind the tailored suits and Manhattan townhouses was a predator operating in plain sight. His arrest in July 2019 wasn't the beginning. It was the second act. Years earlier, in 2008, Epstein had already faced accusations of abusing dozens of underage girls. He struck a plea deal in Florida that allowed him to serve just 13 months, part-time, in county jail.
Did we watch this?
The question wasn't whether Epstein was guilty, it was how he got away with it for so long, and who helped him. After his 2019 arrest, investigators started assembling the puzzle Epstein left behind. A tattered black address book, private flight manifest, and handwritten notes. What connected them was all the names.
The FBI opened his safe, and he had hundreds of DVDs. And I'm sure a bunch of them had to do with compromising. And then I think he was also into child pornography too. So we have no idea.
So they have all the DVDs.
They have all the DVDs.
They have the black book. They literally have everything.
The plane was nicknamed the Loletta Express. It flew to his New Mexico ranch, to Paris, and most often to Little St. James, Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The logs included actors, former presidents, billionaires, scientists, even royalty. Some names appeared once, others showed up dozens of times, and there were tapes found in safes, labeled only with initials, contents still sealed. That's where the questions really begin.
About 22 days ago, I started using the Japanese pink salt recipe, but I had to stop because I was losing weight way too fast.
Where the questions really begin. Because if this list really means something, if it connects to the crimes and someone else knew, and maybe, just maybe, someone else was there. Now, years later, the DOJ says they're not done reviewing them, after just saying there was nothing further to report on. In the early 2000s, Jeffrey Epstein was frequently seen in the company of political elites. One of the most scrutinized names tied to him is former U.S. President Bill Clinton.
So, any president's names in there?
Well, actually, Epstein has, I believe, 24 contact numbers for Clinton. And it's very obvious that Epstein was providing girls to Clinton. I mean, when Clinton was president, Epstein was going into the White House with girls, with women. I don't think that they were minors, but Epstein was definitely delivering women to Clinton when Clinton was in the White House.
Flight logs show that Clinton flew on Epstein's private jet multiple times between 2001 and 2003, including on a 2002 trip to Africa for a Clinton Foundation initiative. On that trip were actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker. Clinton has publicly stated he flew on the jet for work tied to the foundation and that he had no knowledge of Epstein's criminal activities.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
His representatives maintain he never visited Epstein's private island, and Secret Service records back this up. Nonetheless, his name appears in Epstein's Black Book and in testimonies, including one from former Epstein staffer Joanna, who claimed Epstein once joked that Clinton likes them young.
So there was also a deposition from someone called Joanna Schoberg, who was also hired as a sort of assistant to Epstein and then later was drawn into giving him massages. She was hired while she was a college student, and she says that Epstein told her that Clinton likes them young.
Clinton has denied the allegation. Donald Trump also had a known social connection to Epstein in the 1990s. Epstein was a member of Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. A 2002 quote from Trump described Epstein as a terrific guy, adding, "He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Trump later claimed they had a falling out and that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after an incident involving a member's underage daughter.
Tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention.
Flight logs confirm Trump flew on Epstein's jet once in the 1990s. One accuser, Virginia Giuffre, stated Trump never acted inappropriately towards her, but the most direct allegation of criminal wrongdoing centers on Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Virginia Giuffre alleges that Epstein and Ghislane Maxwell her to Andrew when she was 17.
He asked me to dance.
She was gifted.
He is the most hideous dancer I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was horrible, and this guy was sweating all over me. Like, his sweat was like, it was raining basically everywhere. And I was just like, grossed out from it. But I knew I had to keep him happy because that's what Jeffrey and Ghislane would expect from me. People on the inside are going to keep coming up with these ridiculous excuses, like his arm was elongated, or the photo was doctored, or he came to New York to break up with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, come on. I'm calling BS on this because that's what it is. He knows what happened. I know what happened. And there's only one of us telling the truth. And I know that's me.
A now famous photo shows Andrew with his arm around Giuffre's waist at Maxwell's London townhouse. Andrew denies ever meeting her and has questioned the authenticity of the photo. In 2021, Giuffre filed a civil suit against him in the U.S. rather than go to trial. Andrew settled in 2022 for a reported £12 million with no admission of guilt. Buckingham Palace stripped him of his royal duties immediately after. 3 names, 3 responses, and none of them criminally charged, but the paper trail kept growing. Leslie Wexner, founder of L Brands and the man behind Victoria's Secret, had perhaps the deepest financial connection to Epstein.
Symbiola.
Struggling with paperwork for a death certificate? Say no more. Vital Records Online has your back.
Columbus ordered that homicide report to be destroyed.
In the 1990s, Wexner gave Epstein broad control over his assets, even transferring ownership of a Manhattan townhouse to him. Wexner later claimed Epstein mismanaged more than $46 million.
Oh, he ain't mismanaged. He stole
Despite their
that.
closeness, Wexner has denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes and cut ties with him around 2007. There is also Leon Black, a billionaire and co-founder of Apollo Global Management, who paid Epstein roughly $158 million between 2012 and 2017 for tax and estate planning.
Was he the gateway to all the other powerful people that Epstein had intertwined into this web of elites?
I think that he was one of the gateways. I think that Epstein probably had multiple gateways. Like Leon Black, head of the Apollo Group. Epstein got $156 million from him.
These payments came after Epstein's 2008 conviction. A 2021 investigation by law firm Deckard found no wrongdoing on Black's part, but the scandal led him to step down from Apollo. In 2023, court filings revealed Epstein had also funneled some of Black's payments through offshore accounts. Another name on that list is Jess Staley, a former J.P. Morgan executive and Barclays CEO. He had a close and now highly scrutinized relationship with Epstein. Staley exchanged over 1,200 emails with Epstein from 2008 to 2012.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Some with bizarre references to Disney characters. He visited Epstein's island and allegedly stayed at his townhouse. Though not criminally charged, his ties led to his resignation from Barclays in a lawsuit from J.P. Morgan, which claims he misrepresented his relationship with Epstein.
A former associate of Jeffrey Epstein has gone to court in an attempt to clear his name, arguing that he was not a friend of the convicted sex offender. Jez was the CEO of Barclays Bank from 2015 to 2021, when he after years of inquiries into his relationship with the disgraced financier.
These men weren't just names in a book. They were cut from the same elite cloth, wielded with power, money, and privilege. And in Epstein's world, that was currency. Jeffrey Epstein didn't just surround himself with politicians and billionaires. He courted intellectuals, celebrities, and academics, often using the appearance of charity to mask deeper intentions. Alan Dershowitz, the Harvard law professor and part of Epstein's 2008 legal team, has long been a vocal defender of both Epstein's original plea deal and his own innocence. Virginia Giuffre accused Dershowitz of, when she was a minor, Epstein and Maxwell, her to him. Dershowitz denied the allegations, countersued for defamation, and in 2022, the two parties reached a settlement. Giuffre stated she may have been mistaken in identifying him, and has since pushed for all Epstein-related. Another prominent name is Marvin Minsky, a pioneering MIT scientist and one of the early figures in artificial intelligence. Minsky attended a science conference funded by Epstein in the early 2000s on Little St. James. Giuffre later alleged she was to him during one of those events. Minsky died in 2016 and was never charged. Some colleagues questioned the timeline of the claim, noting that his wife was reportedly present on the island at the time. MIT, meanwhile, faced broader scrutiny for accepting donations from Epstein, even after his 2008 conviction. Then there was Bill Gates. From 2011 to 2014, the Microsoft co-founder met with Epstein multiple times, including dinners at Epstein's Manhattan home. Gates has since called those meetings a mistake. He says they were tied to charity discussions and ended once it became clear Epstein could not deliver on promises. However, a 2023 Wall Street Journal report revealed Epstein had attempted to leverage an alleged extramarital affair to pressure Gates into funding a charity project. Gates didn't comply, but the story highlighted Epstein's apparent pattern of using personal information as leverage. As for celebrity appearances, most were fleeting. Kevin Spacey, Naomi Campbell, and Chris Tucker all appeared in flight logs or photographs. Spacey flew with Clinton on the 2002 Africa trip. Campbell's name came up in Drew Free's deposition, but only as the host of a birthday party that Epstein and Maxwell attended. Campbell has since condemned Epstein's crimes and denied any knowledge of them. Some appearances were even less direct. Names like Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, and Cameron Diaz were mentioned by Epstein in conversation, but there's no evidence any of them had a real connection to him. One witness said Epstein would boast on the phone saying things like, "That was Leonardo," even if it wasn't. This section of Epstein's network shows is how he used reputation and the appearance of credibility to disarm scrutiny, and in some cases, to protect himself.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens.
To protect himself. Ghislane Maxwell is the most infamous of Epstein's alleged enablers. Arrested in 2020 and convicted in 2021, she is now serving a 20-year prison sentence. But why, if there's no client list?
Right.
Multiple victims testified that Maxwell helped recruit and groom them for Epstein, but she wasn't alone. Jean-Luc Brunel, a French modeling agent and close Epstein associate, was arrested in France in 2020 and accused of heinous crimes. He died in his jail cell in 2022 by his own hands.
A longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead in his prison cell in
Really?
Paris.
So another
French
one.
modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunel was detained as part of an inquiry into allegations of rape, sexual assault and sexual harassment in December 2020.
Come on,
Mr.
y'all.
Brunel's body was discovered in his prison cell yesterday. He was being investigated as part of an...
So the guy that they went through, like the modeling, kind of like Cowboys and Angels, he was unalive, self-inflicted. Epstein and the girl, Victoria,
found dead in his prison cell in Paris. French modelling agent.
And in some cases, to protect himself. Ghislane Maxwell is the most infamous of Epstein's alleged enablers. Arrested in 2020 and convicted in 2021, she is now serving a 20-year prison sentence. But why, if there's no client list? Multiple victims testified that Maxwell helped recruit and groom them for Epstein, but she wasn't alone. Jean-Luc Brunel, a French modeling agent and close Epstein associate, was arrested in France in 2020 and accused of heinous crimes. He died in his jail cell in 2022 by his own hands.
A longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead in his prison cell in Paris. French modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunel was detained as part of an inquiry into allegations of rape, sexual assault and sexual harassment in December 2020. Mr. Brunel's body was discovered in his prison cell yesterday. He was being investigated as part of an inquiry into whether Jeffrey Epstein had committed sex crimes on French territory against French victims.
Sarah Palin and Leslie Groth, both long-term Epstein assistants, were named in court documents as having scheduled and coordinated travel for girls brought to Epstein. Neither has been charged. On the legal side, former U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta approved Epstein's controversial non-prosecution agreement in 2008. That deal granted Epstein immunity from federal charges and ended a broader investigation. Acosta defended the deal in 2019, but later resigned from his role as labor secretary amid public backlash. These names weren't in Epstein's black book because he liked them. They were there because they helped keep everything running. Some knew, some claimed they didn't. But without them, Epstein's operation would not have survived as long as it did. Since Epstein's death in August 2019, thousands of pages of documents have remained sealed in court, while some depositions and exhibits have been made public.
So the other guy took his life after Epstein.
On the legal side, former U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta approved Epstein's controversial non-prosecution agreement in 2008. That deal granted Epstein immunity from federal charges and ended a broader investigation. Acosta defended the deal in 2019, but later resigned from his role as labor secretary amid public backlash. These names weren't in Epstein's black book because he liked them. They were there because they helped keep everything running. Some knew, some claimed they didn't. But without them, Epstein's operation would not have survived as long as it did. Since Epstein's death in August 2019, thousands of pages of documents have remained sealed in court, while some depositions and exhibits have been made public, primarily through the civil suit filed by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislane Maxwell. Much of what investigators gathered is still restricted. It is still unclear what these recordings contain, and they have not been publicly released. Meanwhile, civil litigation in the U.S. Virgin Islands, in particular the case against J.P. Morgan Chase for allegedly facilitating Epstein's financial operations, has forced the release of some internal emails and banking records. These reveal a pattern of banks being aware of Epstein's 2008 conviction, yet continuing to do business with him for years. As more documents surface, names continue to be referenced, sometimes fleetingly, sometimes in detail, but without full transparency, much remains speculation. In June 2025 this year, a short but notable statement from the Department of Justice reignited public interest. The DOJ confirmed to the court that it is still reviewing the Epstein records for potential release. This disclosure came in response to litigation by Judicial Watch, a government transparency watchdog organization. The DOJ did not provide a timeline or specifics about what documents might be released or when, but the acknowledgement itself was unusual. 4 years after Epstein's death and nearly 2 years after Maxwell's conviction.
Okay, let's look at this one. Do y'all see a way he could have hung himself? There's nothing on the ceiling. Do y'all see a way? Do anybody can tell us a way it could have been done? With nothing on the ceiling. Wonder why they. Yeah, and where was the body when they take him out? I mean, where are those pictures? And why did they move his roommate the day before?
The question is, why are these records still under review? Are authorities weighing national security implications? Are additional prosecutions possible? Or are they trying to determine which documents can be made public without exposing people who were never charged?
Where the body at?
The DOJ's review could result in significant disclosures, or it could stall indefinitely, which it now looks like it will. But the statement confirmed what many suspected. The full story hasn't been told. What started as whispers in sealed courtrooms has become a global question of accountability. The names connected to Jeffrey Epstein span continents, industries, and social classes. Some were complicit. Others were careless. Many remain unexamined. But as the DOJ continues its review, one thing is clear. The story isn't over. The silence around Epstein's network has lasted for decades. But silence doesn't erase truth. It only delays it. And the longer these records stay sealed, these reveal a pattern of banks being...
He said that some of them still tied up in court. What
aware
court?
Of Epstein's 2008 conviction, yet continuing to do business with him for years. As more documents surface, names continue to be referenced, sometimes fleetingly, sometimes in detail, but without full transparency, much remains speculation. In June 2025 this year, a short but notable statement from the Department of Justice reignited public interest. The DOJ confirmed to the court that it is still reviewing the Epstein records for potential release. This disclosure came in response to litigation by Judicial Watch, a government transparency watchdog.
Okay, so that wasn't now one of Trump's wife. Who was that? That was a young girl, ain't it? Who was that? Is that Melania? Yeah, that may be her. Was she high? Hell.
Records for potential release. This disclosure came in response to litigation by Judicial Watch, a government transparency watchdog organization. The DOJ did not provide a timeline or specifics about what documents might be released or when, but the acknowledgement itself was unusual. 4 years after Epstein's death,
is there a way how could he unalive himself if there was nothing from the ceiling? There was nothing to grab. Something ain't clean in the water. Something ain't clean in the water.
in nearly 2 years after Maxwell's conviction, the question is, why are these records still under review? Are authorities weighing national security implications? Are additional prosecutions possible? Or are they trying to determine which documents can be made public without exposing people who were never charged? The DOJ's review could result in significant disclosures, or it could stall indefinitely, which it now looks like it will. But the statement confirmed what many suspected. The full story hasn't been told. What started as whispers in sealed courtrooms has become a global question of accountability. The names connected to Jeffrey Epstein span continents, industries, and social classes. Some were complicit. Others were careless. Many remain unexamined. But as the DOJ continues its review, one thing is clear. The story isn't over. The silence around Epstein's network has lasted for decades. But silence doesn't erase truth. It only delays it. And the longer these records stay sealed, the more people will wonder who's still being protected and why.
Who is still
being protected? Be sure to subscribe if you enjoyed this video.
Okay, good people, who is still being protected? Donald. Dirty diaper Donald. Who's still being protected? Bill Clinton gave him that look. He gave him a hateful look, didn't he? Like, you tried it. You tried it. You slid that in. So, y'all, that's it. That's all I got for tonight. I done went overtime. You still trust the government pressure? What's the difference between Epstein and Diddy? What is the one thing that's different? Pressure. I'm running. I am sleepy. What's the difference? You gonna tell us before we go? While my eyes is running. You gonna tell us pressure? Hey, Sylvia. He did what? Oh, he gave that eye, didn't he? Now, I'm gonna tell y'all now what Auntie Fee finna do. What time is it? I'm finna hop in. Now, I'm finna take a shower real quick. Why you retracted? Pressure, what did you put? Did you give us the answer? Tall, Krista. It's too late, girl. What you trying to say? Tall, them victims need protection. Diddy had no kids in the case. Stop that. Oh, in that case. Okay. In that case. That ain't what I saw. He was black and he was white. That's coming though. As soon as they take the asses to Florida. Pressure, can you tell me why Florida was not included in all the Hollywood and all the kid accusations and all of that stemmed from Florida? They just said New York and California. They got more evidence from, I was going to say Mar-a-Lago, Star Island. No, that ain't why. Pressure, why you can't answer what I asked? Why do you do that? Why do you answer something else? Why you can't answer my question? I ain't say nothing about an overreach. My question to you is, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. It's too late. Why did they not include Florida when a lot, and they raided Florida? I mean, if you don't know, just say I don't know, but don't move the goalposts. Don't gaslight. Don't do that. You know, don't make it be about something else. I'm asking the question because I want an answer for that, not what the government overreached. I mean, what is, I mean, I know you know Miami coming, Florida coming, but why did they not include it? Why did they not just get it all out the way? Because all the kids and a lot of the, I think they got more evidence out of Miami or Star Island and what's his name? King Kong's dumbass. He put a song out, didn't he? Talking about y'all missed the house. Y'all missed the house. Like that's the house that had all the shit in it. That's the house. I mean, all that stupidity like that, that's just crazy to me. Why would you do that? Let's say they missed it. You gonna let them know they missed it. Oh, you missed all the dope. Y'all was y'all looking for what was y'all looking for? Oh, that was in the house y'all missed. Is there an underground tunnel? I mean, is there where y'all keeping the strippers semen? I mean, what? I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm finna go to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep. You just gonna put it again. You're not gonna feds pick up state cases. Okay, so you're not gonna answer. So you refusing to answer. Okay. Y'all, good night. Let me go. I thought he was trying to write down and answer my question. How rude and disrespectful. He's a disrespectful old ass, ain't he? I hope Diddy gets some. No, I don't. No, I don't. But a big pressure is rude and disrespectful. He can't answer shit. Your ass. Y'all, good night. I'm so sleepy. Oh, Lord. What time is it? Okay. On the other page, I'm going to find a good one, and I'm going to just let it play. I need to post. It's 2! Oh, it's... it's 1 here. I'm going to go to sleep. But I'm going to run. It was another one I wanted to play. That I didn't play over here because I'm going to let it run on the fee about the facts. And I'm going to let it play all night on that other phone until it just goes dead. How about that? Good night, good people. Hit the like button on the way out. Pressure, you make me sick. You always got to. You just like a brother. I'll be up late with you. Okay, Sutra, you have the other page. Do you need for me to put it in the comment section? Okay, let me put it in the comment section. He like a brother that you have to trip sometime. Catch him sleep and put the pillow over his head. Make him wake up. Be like, what? You play too much. Lock his ass in the bathroom. Yeah. From the outside. Where is it at? You know, something crazy. When his girlfriend called, his plaything called, say the other girl name. You know, stuff like that. Get his ass in trouble. Where is it at, Auntie Fee? I know you got it. Why am I hearing myself in another room? Oh, girl, you don't have it over here. Let me go right on over here. Go right on up there. Oh, that's the studio. No, I don't want the studio. Why I can't find my link? Oh, I'm sleeping. Here you go, Sutra. Now, I hope, whew. Now, double click it to make sure that's it. Please. Okay, I can do it. Let me see over here. Yep, that's it. That's it right there in the comment section. Be about them facts. Okay, good people. Piece of her grease. I'll be over there shortly. Get it cranked up. Bye.